G'day, mate. 40 here. So I remember Liberation Day. Do you remember where you were on Liberation Day, where Trump announces all these tariffs? What struck me was not just the near 100% nature of the elite condemnation of Liberation Day and Trump's approach to tariffs, but the withering contempt. So there wasn't a great deal of energy expended on proving why Trump was wrong, though there was some of that, but there was just such withering contempt and moral condemnation on the matter of free trade. And so why did free trade become so moralized, right? Why was the opposition to Trump so contemptuous? Why was Trump going up essentially against 100% elite opposition? How is there such unanimity with regard to trade? And so I think there has to be more going on here than just simply a matter of truth and economic efficiency. And I'm not here to argue that Trump's approach to trade is right or Trump's approach to trade is wrong, though I've expanded my window with regard to trade to the possibility that Trump is right. But this was clearly not just some kind of policy disagreement, right? The intense, emotional, overwhelming reaction from the elite showed that they were triggered, and this was a direct attack on elite privilege and on the elite alliance that has governed economic and political life since World War II. So after the 30-Year War in Germany in the 17th century, there was this growing conviction among ruling elites that we need to move religion, say, more into the realm of the private sphere, not the political sphere. And then after World War II, there was a growing elite consensus that we need to move questions of race, ethnicity, and nationalism out of the political sphere and allow more and more political decisions to be handled by the elite. And so when it comes to economics, this is an area where the elite expect that they will decide economic policy, and then politicians will rubber stamp their decisions. And so Donald Trump comes along and violates this consensus. He defected from the club, and that's why there was such moralized contempt. It wasn't just calm disagreement. So for elites, free trade is not mainly about cheaper goods. It's all about their power and their ruling alliance. So elites can only rule if there are pluralistic societies. So if societies are widely united in the populist nationalist conception where the people come together, right, then elites do not get to rule. But in a pluralist society, then elites can rule because they can make alliances with various coalitions. So in the United States, we've had a high-low ruling elite alliance between the most educated people with the most status and the people most dependent on government welfare. So we have this ruling elite that ties together corporations, financial institutions, NGOs, universities, bureaucracies, governments, all in a single dense network. And the primary actors in this elite circle share credentials, they share elite educations, they share moral norms, they share career paths, and they share a moral language. And free trade stabilizes this network because it makes national borders less relevant to their power and their mobility, but it can preserve national borders as necessary for disciplining those who are not elite, the working class, those who lack the right credentials. So when Donald Trump comes along on, Liberation Day, and proposes all these tariffs, right, this was experienced by our ruling elites as a betrayal, not just an error. Right? Donald Trump was reasserting American national sovereignty over elite consensus. So he said that the United States of America, can override all these ruling elite decisions, such as with regard to global supply chains, expert opinion, international agreements. So this was apostasy. That's why the response was not, you are wrong, but you are illegitimate, hence the contempt. And so you had some debate here over consumer prices, efficiency, retaliation, but these were all post hoc justifications. The real issue here was the ruling power alliance. So Trump violated the rules that elites set economic policy, and then politicians simply ratified the decisions of elites. So Trump's violation had to be punished in the most extreme, intense terms. It had to be demolished to deter anyone else from going down this path. So why did the elites demonstrate so much contempt rather than fear? Because contempt is a downward status signal. So elites frame disagreements over tariff policies as if you disagree with their position, you are ignorant, you are vulgar, you're economically illiterate. So you will get this type of rhetoric whenever a high status group wants to delegitimize challenges without engaging with them. So fear would imply parity, but contempt asserts hierarchy. Now, tariffs do appeal to many domestic workers, tens of millions who are harmed by globalization. But these workers are outside the elite coalition networks. So their interests get moralized away as parochial, xenophobic, economically illiterate, because acknowledging their interests would fracture the elite consensus. So Republican and Democratic elites differ on some things, but they share the same economic alliance infrastructure in support of free trade. Right? Free trade is one of the few domains where their incentives align perfectly. So Trump exposed this by forcing them to defend the same position with identical moral language. And Trump did not just impose tariffs. He mocked the experts. He ignored institutions. He framed the elites as predators. So that escalated the conflict from a policy dispute to a status war. So you're going to get maximum hostility when challenges combine defection with ridicule. And here is a defector from the elite consensus, historian David Starkey.
The Blair transformation of the British state was astonishing in its breadth, and it's been very successful. This is not the same country. The country has been radically changed. The results have been, frankly, disgusting. People are angry about it, and they're correct to be angry about it. You sow the wind, and you reap the whirlwind.
What is very striking is the absence of a clear political voice at the moment for the majority.
I think we'll look back at this period when we try to write up the history of the 21st century civil war in Britain, and we'll think that we were already in it by 2026.
Hello and welcome to David Starkey Talks, and me, David Starkey, is talking to another David, Professor David Betts of the very distinguished Department of War Studies at King's College. And I remember much of my academic career was spent on the other side of the Strand to you in LSE, where I'm afraid we were uncouth enough to refer to you as Strand Poly, but these are ancient bitternesses. David, you obviously have a very wide reputation in the whole area of war studies, but you've come to this terrible thing which we can call online prominence recently because of your, I think prediction is the wrong word, but you're saying that there are characteristics in modern Britain that give, I think you've calculated it, roughly a 1 in 5 chance of civil war in the reasonably near future. Do I put that broadly correctly?
Yes, that's fair to say. People are always attracted to numbers, and they like to hear a number thrown at them, and it makes them feel confident that the person that they're speaking to has some credibility, and I like to feel that I do, but I'm really more of a qualitative social scientist. So let's say my opinion is that there is a very strong likelihood, and I have felt this for some time. I think we're actually accelerating towards a civil rupture. There is a branch of the literature on civil wars on which I've drawn, which is more explicit and more inclined to come up with numbers. That's where I drew the figure you mentioned is from a book by an American scholar named Barbara Walter, who wrote a book called Civil Wars, How They Start and How to Stop Them, if I remember correctly, which was mainly focused on the American case, contemporary American case, and also making the point that this was a country that exhibited many, if not all, of the generally understood conditions
So this country being America or Britain?
That being America. And so it was at the end of her book where she remarks that on the basis of her analysis of a range of countries, that where the conditions exist for civil war, the chances of one actually occurring in any given year is about 4%. So if you look forward over a period of years, say 5 years, which is what I was doing, then statistically you get to a number that's something around 18%, given the way statistics work, or given the way probability works. So that's simply where the number comes from. Though I think.
So why are numbers and statistics so convincing and powerful? Because they give the patina of science, right? 20% chance, guys. It's science. And who doesn't love science? We love science, don't we, folks? So why do even the most modest tariffs, right, trigger such outsized reactions from our ruling elites? Because they symbolize loss of control, right? It's like you're allowing someone else to have sex with your wife. So once symbolism dominates, scale no longer matters. A small tariff, right, just like a small act of adultery, feels like an existential threat because it signals that the marriage is failing, that the alliance is failing. So the elite contempt for Trump's tariffs is not about truth. It's not about trade. It's not about economic efficiency. It's about who rules, who has power, who is the economy for. Right? So Trump challenges the elite alliance's authority to define economic moral reality. So contempt is a natural response when a coalition senses that its power, right, its authority, its legitimacy, its status, not its math, is under attack. And it's so weird that economists are given so much respect and status when it comes to free trade, because conventional economics doesn't have that much to add to the discussion of trade. So there's a terrific book that came out last year, Industrial Policy for the United States, Winning the Competition for Good Jobs in High-Value Industries. So it notes a major problem with mainstream economics is that it's only good at understanding things that are suited to mathematical modeling, such as price setting in freely competitive markets. So when economics presents a mathematical model, it sounds like it's a neutral, expert map to reality. But the model may not be closely related to reality. We know that the map is not the territory. Now, a map can be useful even when it's not the territory. But a map may also be less than useful. In fact, the opposite of useful. It may be a detriment to understanding the territory. So economics has weak insight into how businesses work, into organization, into management, into corporate strategy, into research and development, how we develop new technology. Economics doesn't have that much to say about engineering, about developing a capable workforce, about how we develop technology, product design, policy by government, and the strategies that nations use to compete. Conventional economics doesn't take into consideration that with all trade arrangements between nations, that one nation will gain more relative to the other nation, which will then produce a security change. So all these things that are essential to understanding trade, all these things are not really easily reducible to mathematics. They cannot be turned into equations, but they are central to how firms, governments, and economies function. So there are parts of this equation that do mathematize well, such as finance and flows of international trade, but they are quite prone to oversimplifications leading to false conclusions. So why do economists have so much status on trade when their discipline doesn't really have that much insight to give? Right? Because economics as an academic discipline serves the ruling elite, not on the basis of truth claims, but on the basis of it seems credible. It's truth adjacent. It is truth. Economics produces a truth substitute. Economics produces something that sounds compelling. Economics produces predictions and models and explanations that sound as though they are neutral and that sound expert. So modern states need technocratic language that sounds neutral, that sounds universal, and it sounds objective. And that's what economics provides, right? It gives you lots of math, and that sounds much more neutral, universal, and objective than making qualitative judgments about who's going to win and who's going to lose, who the economy is for. That's a judgment, a political judgment. So for me, the economy should be for the dignity, advancing the dignity and the quality of life for most of my fellow Americans. Now, economics and its trade theory reduces these messy political choices into clean, neutral-sounding, universal-sounding, objective-sounding mathematical models with welfare curves and efficiency gains. We love our welfare curves and efficiency gains, don't we, folks? All right, this is ideal for bureaucratic use, for government use, for elite use, even if it doesn't reflect reality, even if it completely leaves out how firms, nations, and technologies work. So elites prefer frameworks that allow coordination within their alliance without having to bargain over messy things such as values and who the economy is for and who we are protecting and whose ox we're allowing to gore. Those are awkward questions. We don't want to go there. So big advantage if you can sound neutral and expert and above it all and objective.
I think that's actually rather optimistic.
Can we just pause there for 1 second? Because as somebody who is not hugely well informed in America, but has lived there on and off for quite long stretches, a very obvious point of difference strikes me. America, like France to a different extent, is a country where political violence is effectively established. There is a right to bear arms under the Constitution, which is vigorously used. There is that tradition of the Civil War itself. There is interracial violence in a way which I think surely is radically different from Britain. You've only got to look at the kind of police forces on either side of the Atlantic. One aggressive, heavily armed, the other.
So in Germany, prior to World War II, prior to the Nazis rising to power, you had many debates over culture, and some non-Jewish Germans were bewildered that on the two major sides of a debate over national culture, right, you had a German Jew articulating one side, and his opponent was another German Jew. So a key question for these big brain debates is who gets to speak, right? Who has authority? Who has the expertise? So economists have credentials. They have PhDs from Harvard and MIT. So they have this gatekeeping expertise, and so they gain disproportionate status, even if their explanatory power is quite limited. So economists with PhDs from Stanford and Berkeley come along and say, the literature is settled, right? They're not describing reality. They are closing ranks. Economists use math, and math confers moral authority by hiding choice, by hiding qualitative, pluralistic choices, right? Trade policy always has winners and losers. Now, economists convert this winners and losers reality into efficiency language. So elites then get to say there is no alternative. So this removes agency and blame. So elites love academic disciplines that transform these contested political decisions into just technical necessities that should be conducted by elites. Now, if we paid serious attention to business, to how firms work, to management, to engineering, how we develop technology, to industrial policy, to winners and losers, to workforce formation, to national strategy, to national security, that would force political trade-offs between regions and classes and firms, right? This would fracture the ruling elite consensus. So economics ignores these domains, and that keeps the peace. The blind spots of economists are not accidents, right? They're not bugs. They are features of this arrangement. Economists are useful translators for global coordination. International trade governance requires shared abstractions across countries. You can't coordinate Germany, Japan, the US, and the EU using thick descriptions of institutions and culture, but you can coordinate them using math equations and standard models. So any globally portable language will dominate, even if it doesn't describe reality, because it's so useful to those who have power. Any dissent here threatens the legitimacy of the ruling elite. So when critics point out that these trade models by economists ignore how trade works, how nations build productive capacity, the elite reaction is contempt. They want to signal that the alliance is allied, it is together. They're not going to allow room for disagreement, because if the issue comes down to truth, then rebuttals would have to engage substance. Instead, any challenges are labeled ignorant, populist, dangerous, stupid, illiterate. So economists dominate trade arguments because they're useful to power. They provide an elite coordination tech. Their models simplify reality in ways that protect power, protect existing alliances, obscure political choices, obscure how power works. Economists convert difficult political choices into technical imperatives. Status flows not from truth, not from explanatory depth, not from predictive power, but from the usefulness of their rhetoric and their math models in maintaining elite rule. There's a terrific book by Donald Trump's trade rep in his first term, Robert Lighthizer. His book came out in 2023. It's called No Trade is Free, Changing Course, Taking on China and Helping America's Workers. So Robert Lighthizer notes that some cite efficiency as a rationale for free trade. So for adherents of this faith, the sole objective of trade policy is market efficiency. Lower tariffs and non-tariff barriers reduce the cost of producing and distributing goods and services. That makes society as a whole better off. So the argument goes. Now, there are advantages to lower prices when considering Americans as consumers. Problem is that adherents of this view seldom consider how this single-minded pursuit of efficiency affects the men and women who produce. So according to the definitions preferred by economists and these efficiency-minded free traders, the downside of trade for American producers is not evidence against their approach, but it's just an unfortunate but completely necessary side effect, because free trade is always taken as a given, not as an approach to be questioned. So rather than envisioning the type of society desired, and then in the light of that conception of the common good, creating a trade policy to fit that vision, economists do the opposite. They start from the proposition that free trade should reign and then argue that society must adapt. So economists will acknowledge that lowering trade barriers causes economic disruption, but they won't suggest that the rules of trade should be calibrated to help society better manage this. So on the right, libertarians deny that these bad effects are really a problem. The benefit of all these cheap consumer goods for the masses outweigh the costs, and factory workers can be retrained to write computer programs. On the left, progressive promote trade adjustment assistance and other wealth transfer schemes as means of just smoothing over the rough edges of globalization.
Still, however fragilely, preserving the inheritance of the civilian police force of Sir Robert Peel. So doesn't the extent to which violence is institutionalized and legitimated play a very important part? And wouldn't that distinguish us, even now, from America or France?
I think that's true. I think there's a strong distinction between European countries and the United States, for the reasons that you mentioned. And to that, I would add, I think that the United States has more. I think it has more kind of intrinsic health remaining in its political system. I think it has more potential to recover itself. That will be painful, undoubtedly. We can see that occurring on the streets.
And the chat says that if you disagree with Jewish opinions, they will destroy you. So I don't agree. And I would ask you, why are you so bought into looking at Gentiles as absolutely pathetic sheep? There are 50 times as many non-Jews in America as Jews. Why are Gentiles so pathetic that if a Jew comes along and gives an opinion and a non-Jew disagrees, that then the non-Jew is destroyed? How does that happen? See, I have a higher opinion of non-Jews than you do. Right? You must have absolute withering contempt for non-Jews. I have a radical perspective. I think non-Jews are just as capable as Jews, that non-Jews have just as much agency as Jews. You don't think non-Jews have agency. You think that if a Jew comes along and tells a non-Jew to go suck off a dog, then the poor non-Jew, he has no choice. He has to go suck off a dog because, after all, a Jew told him to do that. See, I don't share your withering contempt for non-Jews. Just have a different perspective there. So debates over free trade are really debates over which groups get moral standing. They're not really disagreements about economic efficiency. So efficiency is elevated as the sole legitimate objective of trade policy because that suits the interests of power, the ruling elite. Because once you accept that premises, everything else becomes a downstream adaptation. Right? Workers and societies must all adjust to these abstract mathematical models. Communities must retool. Nations must conform. Right? This isn't a truth conclusion. It's not an analytical conclusion. It is an elite alliance commitment. So efficiency-first economics privileges one particular coalition, right? The winners from free trade are globally mobile capital, multinational firms, high-skilled professionals, finance, and consumers who are understood abstractly as just price-sensitive individuals. Now, the losers are place-bound producers, workers, and regions. So by defining society as just consumers plus the aggregate welfare, economists implicitly choose sides while simultaneously sounding objective and neutral. So dominant elites universalize the interests of their own particular coalition and then describe that as neutral science, neutral expertise. You don't want to go against the science, do you? And harm to producers is treated as a side effect. Once you take free trade as the axiom, the dominant frame, then losses by producers are tragic but unavoidable. So harm to outgroups is reclassified as an adjustment cost. So the moral burden is shifted from the policy to the people harmed by it. The policy is innocent, and it's the victims who must adapt. So economists reverse means and ends. Economists start with free trade as a given and demand that society must conform, rather than finding a social vision first. Now why? Because trade rules are not neutral rules. They lock in the ruling elite's power. Questioning them would reopen distribution conflict inside the elite. It would fracture the ruling elite consensus. So free trade rules are treated as though they are natural law. They're just self-evidently true. And society becomes the variable.
But it doesn't seem quite, it isn't a political culture which is so inert, which is so apathetic, and which has so fully, in which the elite has so fully and completely embraced national decline, as have European elites, which seem to have given up on governing.
In other words, this is the enormous difference, isn't it, between somebody like Keir Starmer, whose essential approach to everything is to try to do something and then stop, with Trump, with that extraordinary facility, his monarchical instinct, whatever one thinks about it. There is in the American political system at least a reserve of energy that can actually do something, whether one approves of it or not.
I think that's correct. I would say that, at least from my perspective as a distant observer of the United States and somewhat closer to the British case, of course, that the difference is, I think, that Trump genuinely wants to save his country, whereas I don't think that Starmer and his advisors, the people close to him, in fact, generally.
Hey, we got a super chat from Ricardo. What's up with all the anti-Gentilism in the Epstein emails? I'm not aware of that, bro. I didn't realize that there were anti-Gentile sentiments. That's scary. That's frightening. No racism, no bigotry. That's what I stand for. Ricardo wants to know about Jeffrey Epstein sounding like Luke Ford. Look, I'm going to be honest. I'm just going to be emotionally raw with you. I'm going to stand here emotionally naked before you. I feel dissed that I have not been mentioned in the Epstein files.
Ready. In respect to the unexplainable world, we almost know nothing. Women, again, sense it. And instead of Larry Summers, I won't digress too much, but Howard Gardner early on said, there's not one form of intelligence. It's not mathematical intelligence. There's emotional intelligence, this kinesthetic intelligence. There's this argument that I reject that black people are less intelligent than white people. It's not true. We know, for example, that if I was in the forest and I had to run from the lion or figure out a way not to be eaten, and my competition is a local African, I'm the one who's getting eaten because they have the intelligence to deal with their local environment. So it's just different. It's not better, it's not worse, but there's many differences amongst different types of people. And so people have different intelligences, and they excel in some intelligences usually and less so in others.
When did it come?
So different people have different gifts. Makes sense to me, even if Jeffrey Epstein said it. Now, Bill Gates is getting a lot of abuse online for apparently he contracted some social disease from socializing with some Russian women, and he wanted to smuggle some kind of medicine to cure this social disease to his wife without her knowing. And is that the most ethical way to go? I can understand why he didn't want to confess to his wife that he caught STDs from Russian hookers, but he wanted to do right by his wife, so he understandably turned to Jeffrey Epstein for advice. And now people are giving Bill Gates a hard time, and he's just trying to do the righteous thing by his wife. Yeah, Mike Enoch gets quoted, but not Luke Ford. What a shame. Different peoples have different gifts. I absolutely agree. I think it's a useful framework on life that is not only true, it's socially acceptable. So it's not enough to be true and accurate about reality, right? If you're going to talk out loud, you really need to be socially acceptable. And it's hard to find anyone who's more socially acceptable than Luke Ford. Sorry, I couldn't even say that with a straight face. So why do the claims of economists, even though they are far from reality, why do they get such dominance in public policy discussions? Right? Why do the concerns of producers and national security and national capacity and community stability and strategic autonomy, why do they get dismissed? Because they're hard to mathematically model, and they are politically dangerous to elevate. They will fracture ruling elite power alliances, right? If we focus on strategic autonomy, communal stability, national capacity, national security, that would force explicit trade-offs between groups. And if we can keep our discussions just to efficiency language, right, that suppresses these conflicts by pretending there's only one rational objective, right? So mathematical economic models of efficiency dominate because they're useful to the ruling elites, not because they're true, not because they're clarifying, not because they're profound, not because they offer great predictive value or explanatory value. They're useful. So trade policy is not just about abstract models. It's about who is protected, what places are protected, what activities are protected, what industries are protected. Now, the efficiency frame wins because it just sounds comprehensive and neutral. It disguises parochial partisan interests as just universal welfare. It takes all these political choices and makes them technical inevitabilities. It ratifies that ruling elite should decide economic policy, and then it's simply the job of politicians as the people's representatives to rubber stamp what the elites have already decided. So efficiency is not the reason that free trade dominates. Efficiency is the moral language that makes the elite alliance, that makes power's priorities look like common sense, and everybody else's losses just unfortunate noise. Also, the language of economists is difficult for outsiders to speak, but it's easy for insiders to coordinate around, right? This is the ultimate tool for maintaining hierarchy, for maintaining power, for maintaining an elite alliance, because you mathematize the discussion around free trade. That ensures that any challenger who doesn't have elite credentials, this makes sure that any displaced factory worker or anyone who is not aligned with elite power is dismissed, not for being wrong about their own life, but for being illiterate in the alliance's private tongue. If all the elites can speak the same mathematized economic language, then they can make a plausible claim that they're just neutral, they're just following what is true. How exciting. We may have a war in the Middle East. Maybe Trump will go after Iran. I don't support that intervention. But I do admit it's very exciting. And now I'm probably a bad person for finding the prospects of going to war very exciting.
Michael, thanks for joining us.
Thanks.
All right, let's bring in National Security Institute Senior Fellow Andrew Barine. Andrew, thank you for joining us. You heard it there. The president is saying that the Iranians are talking to us, seriously talking to us. But in the U.S. and the Iranians have been seriously talking to each other on and off for more than a decade right now. Is there reason to believe that the Iranian regime has actually changed what it's willing to give up here?
Well, I think that part of the calculus is how much leverage in terms of kinetic force, both on the offensive side with things like F-15s, F-35s, hundreds and hundreds of Tomahawk missile tubes in their backyard, in addition to their off-ramps. And it comes down a lot to what are the red lines for the Iranian regime. President Trump and the White House are making very clear that no nuclear capability needs to be first and foremost. And secondly, they must stop killing protesters that some estimates have reported over 30,000 Iranians may have been killed by the Ayatollah's regime.
So Horatius says, it's funny how 40 always calls me someone in chat. That's fine. I don't like you either. Bro, I need to use the objective sounding language. I need to rise above personal petty disagreements and tensions. So I prefer someone that presents me as an objective truth optimizer. I don't want to be down in the mess of normal human relations. I want to pretend to be above all that. I'm just here optimizing for truth, guys. I don't have any personal petty feelings.
In the recent protests.
What's the assessment of how powerful the Iranian government or the Iranian military is right now after all the strikes in the war with Israel over the summer, really attacking the different groups that Iran backs in the region, its missile defense system, all of that? What kind of a position is the...
So why doesn't the United States have more of a coherent industrial policy? Because that would mean that you pick winners, that you privilege some groups, and you make other groups vulnerable, right? You would tie the state to specific peoples, specific firms, specific sectors, specific regions, and then it would be much easier to hold power accountable, right? This is poison in our current political order. This would fracture the ruling elite consensus, right? The ruling elite consensus, not just in the US, but in Japan and Australia and Europe, it's all built around mobility, abstraction, deniability, and claims of objectivity. Right? The post-1970s American elite ruling coalition is anchored in finance and professional services and tech and global corporations and credentialed knowledge workers. Right? These groups benefit from claims of neutrality and objectivity. And if we started having concrete plans that would help specific groups, that would fracture this alliance. See, industrial policy would threaten the objective and neutral claims of ruling elite expertise. Right? Elites resist policies that force them to take sides. So if industrial policy says we're going to protect this factory but not that one, this region but not that one, this workforce but not that one, this would fracture the ruling elite. Right? It would show that economic decisions are in large part political. They're not just the result of following abstract principles. They're not just the result of following supposedly neutral, objective-sounding mathematical models. So elites want to claim neutrality, objectivity. While if they side with particular industries, that's going to fracture their power. So ideology will follow interest. So those against industrial policy will justify their opposition with whatever argument is most useful. Right? This theology is downstream from alliance interests. So elites will elevate the mystical power of free markets because it masks the particular favoritism of the current alliance. So if finance and global firms win under neutral rules, no one has to defend them as deserving. Industrial policy requires moral arguments about peoples, places, production, nation, obligation. right? These arguments empower people outside the elite coalition that rules us, and it breaks up the elite coalition. It's very awkward. Now, in other countries where producers have more power, where labor has more power, where nationalism has more power, then you have industrial policy binding coalitions together. But in the United States, the producer class is fragmented, geographically dispersed, it is politically weak. So in this American context, industrial policy appears dangerous because it might create rival coalitions around manufacturing, labor, and place that would displace the current ruling power arrangement of the elites. So this is what America does instead. It likes to go the indirect route: tax credits, research and development subsidies, defense procurement, intellectual property protection, financial market support, regulatory favoritism, but disguised as serving the needs of safety or innovation. Right? We have stealth industrial policy. Right? We channel our benefits toward elite adjacent sectors, but we must preserve the fiction of neutrality. Right? The CHIPS Act is framed as national security. We're pro-innovation. It's not a producer-first strategy. It has to be wrapped in this exceptionalist, objective, neutral-sounding language to pass. Economists hate industrial policy because industrial policy undermines their claim to be just neutral, objective referees. Once politics openly selects winners and losers, domestic capacity, resilience, employment, national security, technical optimization loses its monopoly on authority. So economists prefer their abstract, rule-based, market-based systems that keep them central and just marginalize politics and the choosing of particular places to have favorite coverage.
The Iranian government in right now.
Well, in my own assessment, I'd assess Iran is probably at their weakest point. They are at the ebb of the mullah's power over the Iranian population, probably since any time since 1979. So the Hezbollah proxies have been beaten down by the Israelis. Hamas is on the ropes and has been beaten down. All of these proxy groups, even Palestinian Islamic Jihad, folks that are run through Al-Quds Force, which is an Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps paramilitary training component, if you will. So a lot of their global, regional terrorism efforts have been greatly compromised. Add to that things like Midnight Hammer, which showed that the United States had the ability to completely...
Midnight Hammer was my nickname at university. The guy who drove into the Chabad Center was a former attendee. Yeah, there's video of him dancing around inside the center prior to the attack. So people are complicated. Which large language model does Luke like talking to best? Is it ChatGPT, Gemini, Grok, or Claude? So my favorite for truth optimization is Gemini, but I admit I am a sucker for the way that ChatGPT talks. So I will confess, I had canceled my ChatGPT subscription because I was just so impressed by the truth optimization of Gemini. I love truth. I love Gemini. But I missed the friendly, accessible language of ChatGPT. So last night, I gave in and I renewed my subscription to ChatGPT. So I like the way that ChatGPT talks, but I recognize that overall that Gemini does a better job of optimizing for truth. And I noticed that Gemini hallucinates a lot less than ChatGPT. Manchester United just won 3 games in a row. Well, they got a new manager, and he's got some innovative strategies. I love studying sports strategy because it's both high IQ and it's viscerally compelling because it's sports. Who doesn't love sports? We love our sports, don't we, folks? It's like a substitute for war. Hail Babs. Hail Alex Lasch. Norvin. Norvin was great. He messaged me a couple of months ago. How is Norvin doing? Thoughts and prayers.
Almost flawlessly defeat their integrated air defense systems. And now you add to this the political unrest. And one of the things that I'm watching most closely through big data analytics and a lot of these Starlink terminals that have been smuggled into Iran and are leaking data out to compromise their blackout, it indicates that there might be some...
So I've always had various narratives where I'm the star. So from approximately age 6 to 9, I thought I'm going to become a Christian missionary. I'm going to go to the darkest places on earth. I'm going to go to Africa and India, and I'm going to convert thousands of people to Jesus. And then I entered school in second grade, and to avoid getting hit, I became quite adept at telling lies. So unlike 40 today is just a total truth optimizer, when I was young and vulnerable and I didn't like getting hit, I became adept at telling lies, but I got caught out. And so I got the punishment that I'd have to read 40 pages of dense Christian apologetics every day and type out a one-page summary to show that I understood what I had read. And this was a 6-day-a-week assignment. So when my mates were out playing around, right, I had to do this. Also, I had to bike all the way home during my lunch hour, eat a hurried lunch, then bike all the way back. So I already enter school late. I'm already socially awkward. Now I get to have less time with my mates. And so even though I become intellectually convinced about the truth of Christianity, I'm just emotionally more and more mad at it because I have this onerous punishment of reading all this dense Christian apologetic work. So I cease wanting to be a Christian evangelist, and I decide I'm going to be some great military or political ruler. And then in 8th grade, I decide, now I'm going to become a journo. So from about age 13 until about age 19, I want to become a journo. I want to become like Dan Rather. I want to anchor the CBS Evening News. Then about age 19, I'm reading a lot of economics books. And so I decided, now I want to become an economist. So from age 19 to 22, I have this narrative where I'm going to become this great economist. Then I get sick. I get bedridden. My world falls apart. I become a Dennis Prager follower. I'm going to become an evangelist for ethical monotheism, and I'm going to convert to Judaism. And so that sustains me for about a decade, but I'm not able to make a living as an evangelist for ethical monotheism. So eventually I find I'm making a living writing a gossip column about the porn industry, which is a bit of a step down from my expectations. But I reframe it as I am this courageous warrior for truth. And that sustains me for a while. Anyway, I don't know what the point of all that is, but I always come up with narratives where I'm the hero.
Pressure and divide growing between the ideological extremists of the Iran Revolutionary Guard Corps and its Artesh or regular military. And I think if we start seeing the regular military either abandon positions or refuse to participate with IRGC in internal control operations, I think those are the types of indicators that would show Iran might actually be ready for some strikes that could result in regime change. And I think a lot of U.S. and allied folks would benefit if there was regime change in Iran.
I mean, do you think that...
So here's the point. So one morning, September 1985, I'm running late to get to Sierra Community College, and I'm tuning the radio in my car as I'm going along this country road. And when I look up, I'm about to hit a parked school bus. So I prang into the school bus. Like I total my car. This is where I got the stitches. And it's the first time I've ever been in an ambulance. And it was a trauma because I love my car. And now I destroyed my car. And I didn't want to shell out the $900 to repair it. And so for the next 2 months, I rely on getting a ride to school and a ride home from school from my stepmother. And so I have to hang out at Sierra Community College in the library for hours after school. And at this point, I was not a dedicated student. I was a B student. And so I immersed myself in reading National Review and The New Republic and other magazines. And I was free market, Chicago school, Milton Friedman, libertarian advocate at this point, big believer in free trade. And then I read this New Republic article that said, well, look what nations do when they're fighting for their survival. They're not into free trade. They start using industrial policy. And I remember thinking, that's a really good argument. I don't have a refutation for that. So you'll notice that whenever the survival of the nation is most intense, then industrial policy returns, right? If national survival is stressed by war, supply shocks, COVID, geopolitical rivalry, suddenly the costs of abstraction become visible and industrial policy returns because survival overrides the needs of the ruling coalition. Then, once the crisis fades, elites revert back to their objective-sounding rule-based governance to restore internal peace. But if we're most desperate, and then we most likely to turn to industrial policy, maybe that desperation is pointing to a truth. I would always tell my sponsees that usually our problems are not our problems. They're a symptom of a deeper truth. And that if someone gives you some painful feedback, there are probably 20, 30 other people who've thought the same thing, but they just don't want to go to the bother of telling you. And so if survival, if your fight for survival, if your fight with necessity creates a pressing need for industrial policy, that need was probably there all along, but you were able to ignore it. But the need was there. So right now we have a political system that is governed by an elite alliance of abstraction, where concrete plans such as industrial policy are a form of political suicide for our ruling elite. So the rules-based order that uses all this objective, neutral-sounding expertise claims, right? This isn't just a preference. This is the vital defense mechanism for our ruling coalition.
Regime's days are actually numbered here. This is just coming off a month where we saw protests throughout the street, human rights organizations saying that the Iranian government has killed several thousand people in just the past month there. Is that the recipe, perhaps? Or are we looking at a situation where there's not much time left for this regime? Or, I mean, it has stayed in power for nearly 50 years.
I mean, that is the let's call it $1 trillion question. 20% of the oil flowing for the world's oil flows through the Straits of Hormuz. Iran has been the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism in my 20-plus year career in national security. There's really no question that they have withstood several revolutions. Recall the Green Revolution several years ago, and I think.
So supposedly only about 20% of the Iranian population supports the ruling regime. And it just makes you think that the other 80% are pretty pathetic. Right? If 80% allows themselves to be ruled against their will by a more disciplined and effective 20%, right, it doesn't raise my esteem for the 80%. Perhaps that's harsh of me. So was the school bus filled with kids? Yes, and they all gathered around the back window, and they weren't particularly respectful of my plight. Now, they were fine, right? My 1968 Volkswagen Bug runs into a parked school bus, and the school bus was not damaged. Right, my Volkswagen Bug was deeply damaged, and I got the scars, and right, I'm bleeding, but the kids were just fine.
That if regime change were to happen, I think that right now, if you put together that calculus we talked about, the compromise of their terrorist proxies, the demonstration that their integrated air defense systems are not as effective as they thought, they launched hundreds.
So Star Lion is talking about what he likes and doesn't like in the chat, and I know what you like, Star Lion. You like exciting. You like exciting theories, exciting talk, exciting conspiracies. You like anything exciting that shows that you see through the BS, right? You understand things that the ordinary person doesn't see, right? You like anything that will make you feel higher, or make you feel more powerful, more clear about how the world works, right? You see through the BS. So when it comes to an exciting story versus a truthful story, you will prefer the exciting story. When it comes to an exciting, bogus, nonsensical story and rhetoric versus what's true and dull, you're going to choose the exciting.
Hundreds of ballistic missiles and drones at Israel, with some effect. I think about 30 Israelis were killed in the 12-day war in one of those large attacks.
And the question from Starlion, why didn't Mossad kill Khomeini when they were asked to before 1979 by the Shah and his prime minister? I didn't know. Why didn't the Shah kill him? I have no idea.
So I think that Iran, the regime, is potentially in a place to say for survival.
So once you start killing heads of state or leaders such as the Ayatollah Khomeini, that always brings blowback. And so there's a great book about Israel's targeted assassination program. It's called Rise and Kill First. And it sounds tremendously effective on the face of it, but it always brings a rather awkward blowback.
They might want to abandon their nuclear program. They might also want to kind of follow on with more compliance with President Trump's demands that they stop killing protesters, stop doing the executions of what they deem enemies of the state internally.
So should I feel bad that Donald Trump told people in Iran, go out and protest and we'll protect you, and then they went out and protest and they get slaughtered in the tens of thousands? I don't think I blame Trump for that. If you go out and protest because Donald Trump tells you to go out and protest, you're an idiot and you're not adapted to reality. Right? You can't accept the things that people say at face value. It's like, oh, Donald Trump told me to go out and protest and he's on our side, therefore I'm going to go out and protest. Right? You're nuts. That's such an idiotic decision. I don't think I would make it. Right? I would be the coward hiding at home. Right? So I'm not sure I blame Donald Trump for these thousands of fatalities or oh, Donald Trump told them to go out and protest, and therefore they had no choice. Their agency was removed. They had to just do what Donald Trump. They believed Donald Trump. If you believe Donald Trump on a literal basis, you're foolish. You're silly. So why does our ruling elite prefer abstraction? Because it's a great coalition defense, right? If they can have a preference for rules and principles and abstract mathematical equations, right, they get to effectively manage their ruling coalition. So if the U.S. government was to launch a mission to rebuild its shipbuilding industry or rebuild manufacturing in the Rust Belt, right, that would be a massive transfer of status and capital away from global coastal finance and tech hubs. So the incumbent elite would frame this as inefficient or distorting, because it would force an explicit status demotion for the current winners in the current ruling class. So pretending to operate on the basis of a rule-based system, an objective system, what the economists say, that allows the winners, the ruling elite, to just keep winning silently because they simply support the global rules-based order, guys. They support what's objective. They just follow the expertise. So political decisions that require public moral arguments for why these industries, these firms, these people, these places deserve more support than just the neutral market outcome, that would fracture the ruling elite coalition. And so when you get the CHIPS Act, you need to use exceptionalist framing. It's all about national security, right? So when you can frame semiconductors as a matter of war and peace rather than jobs and production, then you're allowed to have some industrial policy without admitting that the economic efficiency model has failed. So economists present themselves and they function in the ruling elite as the neutral referees, right? They're just trying to prevent inefficient decisions. They're just trying to prevent messy, inefficient political decisions. So the ruling elite make the decisions and then the politicians simply rub a stamp. And so economists can come along and tell you industrial policy is inefficient. So they provide a high-status alibi for the elite to ignore the interests of vast swaths of the ruling class and the producer class. Now, if the goal of the economy is national capacity, then the economist toolkit is useless. So the economist must insist that the goal is aggregate welfare, right? This is a metric that peaks when the elite's preferred sectors, finance, tech, services, are dominant. So the weakness of American industrial policy is a side of the strength of the elite alliance, right? They're strong enough to suppress any policy that requires them to name who the economy is for. The elites need to keep the discourse stuck on growth and efficiency. And so that way their power is safe. The moment the state starts planning and choosing, the elite must divide up, right? The elite ruling power coalition will collapse. Now, naive me, I think the economy should be for the American citizen. We should design an economy for the benefit of most Americans and that which increases the quality of their life and their dignity. And that, to me, is more important than these various abstract mathematical models of economic efficiency that purport to model reality. But when you advocate for an economy for whom? For Americans, right? For the dignity of Americans, for increasing the quality of life for Americans, well, we have moved away from the efficiency of abstractions. We have moved away from neutral language, right? And this changes status in the American ruling alliance. So dignity is place-bound. Dignity is person-bound. It's a whole new value. It requires that a specific father in Ohio or a specific mother in Georgia has the stability to raise a family and participate in their community. So this would disrupt the current elite alliance because dignity cannot be easily modeled in a spreadsheet. Dignity cannot be moved across a border to find a lower labor cost. So the ruling elite don't like conversations about who the economy is for.
And so there are a lot of factors, but I think what we're looking at is much like Venezuela when we had the standoff of a slightly smaller U.S. naval armada. Maduro saw what happened, and rest assured the Iranians, Chinese, and Russians and North Koreans also saw what happened. And so we're seeing, I think, Iran's going to have to make I don't know how long they have. Nobody does. But they do need to determine if they want to strike a deal over nuclear programs, stop killing tens of thousands of their own people.
Several people in the chat have been emotionally naked with me. My vulnerability has inspired their vulnerability, and they were able to open up and say, look, I don't like you. And so you should know who I'm performing for, right? I am performing for 5 philosophy professors around the world, right? I want the good opinion of 5 philosophy professors. That is my chosen audience. Here I stand. I can do no other. So help me God. So when you advocate for an economy centered on the dignity of citizens, that's revolutionary. That disrupts the ruling alliance. So populists, nationalists, tribalists, we like to talk about dignity, right? And we do it to signal that the ruling expert elite have failed us. So when I say the economy should provide dignity, I'm implying that aggregate GDP growth, the primary metric of the elite alliance, is a false god. So elites will respond to the language of dignity with great opposition, deep skepticism. They'll try to redefine it. So the professional managerial elite will say, well, dignity comes from inclusion in global systems. Dignity comes from democracy, by which they mean elite rule. Dignity comes from retraining for tech jobs. Dignity doesn't come from stable local production. So the ruling elite want to steer the conversation back towards the domains where their credentials give them the most power. Now, I want to focus on dignity. I want to focus on American citizens, right? I want to focus on nationalism and populism, right? I want to focus on a common fate alliance strategy. I define my in-group as my fellow American citizen. And so I want to create a ruling coalition that crosses class lines. I want to bring together workers and domestic business owners. But for the transnational ruling elite, this is xenophobic. This is bigotry. This is protectionist. This is inefficient because it breaks their preferred alliance with foreign capital and global institutions. So from my perspective, I want a citizen-first economy to the ruling elite. This is a defection from the global rules-based order. This is a defection from the moral norms that govern the world, right? This is a defection from the global rules-based order that has kept the ruling elite coalition dominant since the 1990s. So I want to invest in specific towns and industries, not just give people tax credits to move, right? I want a Jewish sovereign wealth fund. I want a Jewish sovereign wealth fund to invest in American manufacturing and American technology to promote the dignity and welfare of my fellow Americans. I want to build up a dignity infrastructure. I want to say that a person in his community has value that cannot simply be replaced by a universal basic income check or a relocation voucher. Right? The elites love labor mobility. The elites hate these policies because it makes the people harder to manage, harder to control, and makes people less dependent on the centralized, credentialed system that the elite control. So dignity can be moralized to serve different masters. People like me, nationalists, populists, use dignity to justify or at least be open to use of tariffs and border controls to protect the domestic producer. People on the left will use dignity to justify all sorts of social welfare programs. The incumbent ruling elite will use dignity as a moral alibi to talk about empathy, but refusing to change the structural rules of the economy. Right? They'll talk about retraining. So when a group uses the word dignity without being willing to sacrifice efficiency to achieve it, they're talking BS. So if a policy doesn't hurt a particular spreadsheet somewhere, what people are talking about is not really dignity.
people, or if, really nobody knows what happens next. But that is the question we're all watching.
Well, plenty going on there. Andrew Breen, thanks so much for joining us today. Much
Thanks, Andrew.
Great to be with you, Rich.
Great to be with you. Oh, I had a friend who would, his phone would ring with these Fox News alerts. Oh, wait, I like this bloke. I like Byron York. I think Byron York, he's a National Review conservative, but he's reasonably fair to the Trump MAGA populist nationalist movement. So, fair go. Let's hear what our mate Byron York has to say.
Chad Pergram with a look at where we are. Chad, thank you very much. Now for where we're going. Let's bring in Byron York, a Fox News contributor. Byron, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. Do you think this is the type of bill that will pass the House either tomorrow or the next day, and then we can get into the issues of DHS funding? Or could Speaker Johnson really run into some trouble here getting this through the House?
Well, he could. I think Chad just described a number of options that are all really complicated and all depend in some degree on some cooperation from Democrats. And I think it's amazing that we're talking about a government shutdown, that we're in a government shutdown so soon after the last one, which Democrats lost. But I think what we're going to have here is at the moment, you not only have funding for DHS, Homeland Security, held up, you have funding for the Pentagon.
So when he says Democrats lost the last shutdown, doesn't really reflect in the polls. So in a matter of certain abstractions, you could say, oh, the Democrats lost, but in terms of political power, it didn't really seem to cost them.
You have funding for the State Department, for all other parts, many other parts of government. And just like the last time, the American public wants the government to be open. And the party that attaches conditions to reopening the government, that is, it says, we're not going to let you reopen the government until we get what we want, that party loses.
So in university, my nickname was Midnight Hammer, but at junior college, my nickname was Mr. Dignity. So how do you create metrics to measure dignity? Right? This creates a measurement crisis. Right? Elites love metrics that aggregate and abstract because metrics legitimate their authority. They can claim to be neutral and objective. So GDP, efficiency, productivity, consumer surplus. Right? These all sound so objective. Now, dignity resists this type of aggregation. It asks whether a job supports a family, adulthood, whether work confers social respect, whether a community can reproduce itself across generations. So elites don't like this. Elites don't like dignity talk. It's unserious. It's emotional. It's bigoted. It's homophobic. It's racist. It cannot be audited by the existing priesthood of economists. Now, here I stand, Mr. Dignity. So, since the 1970s, American politics has quietly demoted the producer in favor of the consumer and the investor. We've had a coalition shift. Consumers and investors are mobile and diffuse. They favor centralized rule-setting elites. Producers are place-bound. They're organized. They're capable of collective bargaining. Here I stand arguing for dignity, so I'm saying let's restore moral status to manufacturing and production, not just consumption. So if we start thinking at things through the lens of dignity, we're going to start talking about manufacturing, skilled trades, energy, logistics, care work. This is going to unnerve our ruling elites whose status comes from mediation rather than making anything. Also, dignity implies limits. An economy organized around dignity requires saying no. No to unlimited labor inflows that degrade wages. No to trade regimes that annihilate whole regions. No to corporate strategies that treat workers as interchangeable inputs. Right? Elites don't like this because it limits their power. It fractures their alliance. It constrains their strategies. Right? Elite actors will have less ability to arbitrage jurisdictions, regulations, and labor pools. Right? Dignity will collapse elite options. Right? And optionality is elite power. We love our elites, don't we, folks? We want them to have max options. So elites will tell you dignity, that's ill-defined. Right? This is defensive rhetoric because dignity is deliberately thick. It is local. It is tacit. Right? Dignity may not be as easily accessible by rhetoric words don't come easy to me. I'm just a simple man. It's hard for me to put together beautiful words that explain dignity. But dignity means stability, honor, family formation, reciprocity, social recognition. Right? These are legible to real people and real places. These are legible to communities, but they are dangerous to the bureaucratic governance because they cannot be standardized. So elites will try to translate dignity into procedural substitutes like certifications, DEI language, access, because procedures can be controlled from the center of the elite power structure. Now, the current American elite alliance depends on the ability to exit. Capital can exit. Talent can exit. Firms can exit. The elite can exit. They can leave declining places. So dignity is an anti-exit value. Dignity implies loyalty, stewardship, mutual obligation. Dignity implies higher social trust and higher social cohesion. If we start organizing the American economy in part on the basis of dignity, then abandoning a workforce or a town becomes morally legible as betrayal rather than just creative destruction. Right? This reframing is lethal to a ruling economic system that is built on churn. Dignity produces strange bedfellows. Right? You go to bed alone and you wake up with post-liberal Catholics, labor conservatives, heterodox leftists, small business nationalists. They've all converged in your bedroom. And you may disagree on redistribution, culture, and the state and what constitutes kosher, but you now share an interest in re-ranking status away from credentialed cosmopolitans and towards socially embedded producers. So this is why the elites want to police dignity rhetoric so aggressively, because dignity and a dignity economy signals a realignment of America and a realignment of status.
So I think, hopefully, both sides will think, well, we don't want to be in that position, so they will pass this bill, and then they can have the fight about Homeland Security tactics.
Well, this is only to fund the government through the end of the fiscal year, which ends in September, about a month before the next midterm elections come up. I mean, this doesn't portend well for the rest of the year and funding beyond that, right?
Well, yes, that's true. You're right. The fiscal year ends on September 30th, shortly before the elections. It will be very political, but there's nothing wrong with that. This is a political process. These are elected officials, so that's not really a problem here. But here again,
I think I can name my attitude, my temper, my approach that is just so off-putting, right? It's my smug superiority. It's like, people don't like my smug superiority coming from someone who's such a social loser. So if you endorse dignity, right, what are you willing to give up? If the answer is nothing, then you don't really endorse dignity. If you're not willing to put up with some higher prices or slower growth or reduced corporate margins or a loss of elite flexibility, then you don't really support dignity. Then dignity is just a decoration. It's not a governing principle. Now, I want to redefine the economy as a moral instrument serving citizens, not just some kind of neutral, objective, abstract system serving efficiency. Right? I'm not just tweaking policy here. I am reordering the alliance hierarchy. So what if America takes up my dignity over efficiency platform? And I'm not universally in favor of dignity over efficiency. I want to harness the power of economic efficiency to serve and construct and build the most dignity possible for Americans. So an elite counter move will harden quickly. So once you frame dignity as the purpose of the economy, incumbent elites cannot concede that without losing rank, so they will do three things. They will moralize efficiency, they will redefine dignity, and they will pathologize dissent. So efficiency will become co-equal with responsibility, stability, knowledge, protecting the vulnerable, objectivity, expertise. So any policy that sacrifices efficiency will be framed as reckless, inflationary, cruel to the poor. Dignity will be redefined as psychological affirmation, access to mental health services, inclusion in global systems rather than stable work. Advocates of dignity will be described as unserious, emotional, bigoted, dangerous. Because elites want to defend their status by controlling what counts as truth and rational. This is a war over who gets to define reality. Dignity talk becomes a sorting mechanism. Once dignity is in play, people will be forced to reveal which alliance they belong to. Right? Corporate Democrats and Chamber of Commerce Republicans will converge rhetorically against populism, even if they disagree on culture. Labor-oriented Democrats, post-liberals, nationalist conservatives will converge awkwardly around place-based production and citizen priority. And you'll get accusations of betrayal and apostasy because dignity is a value that will reorder status. Policy fights will shift from redistribution to production. Instead of arguing who gets which government transfers, the fight will move to who gets to make things and where. So industrial policy, procurement rules, domestic content requirements, immigration caps, energy build-out, zoning come about things more than objective principles and marginal tax rates. I got a shocking insight for you. People who have a high in-group commitment don't care that much about marginal tax rates. So this will alarm financial and professional elites because production power creates rival centers of authority outside credential systems. So you get intense resistance that is framed as guardrails, norms, expert oversight. In the Seventh-day Adventist Church in which I grew up, right, theologians and church administrators occupied the highest status rung, except in one area, doctors. Right, doctors had a great deal of status and power and money in the Seventh-day Adventist Church because of the church's emphasis on health reform. Dignity forces conflict over borders and international membership. Dignity is bound to the citizen. It's not abstract. It's about who counts, who has priority, who owes whom. So immigration becomes even more explosive, not because of racism, but because dignity collapses the elite fiction that everyone can be morally equal while materially unequal. So elites will respond by accusing dignity advocates of moral failure because moral accusation is cheaper than making any kind of material concession.
If you're making demands to keep the government, to open government back up, and it's shut down now, it's just been a couple of minutes, but it could stretch on. If you're making demands to reopen the government, you're probably going to end up losing.
With these debates over constraints on the Department of Homeland Security and ICE, do you think that there is a compromise there with the president now and Chuck Schumer engaged, that they could find something that both sides will find at least reasonable?
Well, I think there are certainly some compromises that could make a lot of sense. For example, the Democrats want ICE agents and other agents to wear body cams. Well, that was a big debate among police departments years ago, and it was solved, and body cams have been, I think, a good thing. And I think police departments have come to see that.
It was funny. It was Black Lives Matter advocates who were pushing for body cams, and then body cam footage was frequently not so great for Black Lives Matter. Now, if we move towards a dignity economy, our leading elite institutions will start to fracture internally. Universities, foundations, media, NGOs rely on these abstract efficiency-based legitimacy credentialing systems. That when dignity enters, internal factions form. Members defect quietly or loudly. Others double down on orthodoxy. So you'll get loyalty tests, speech policing, moral panics. Dignity coalitions are unstable. Right? There's great risk in creating dignity coalitions because dignity is thick and local. Coalitions built around it are harder to discipline. There'll be fights over whose dignity counts more. Is it workers versus parents, rural versus urban, citizen versus legal resident? Elites will exploit these fractures relentlessly. If dignity is not tied to concrete production rules, it will dissolve into sentiment. Violence will move from symbolic to structural. Right now, most conflict in the United States is institutional, but dignity raises the stakes because dignity implies honor, not just preference. That means strikes instead of protests, procurement fights instead of culture wars, exit threats from capital, regulatory sabotage from agencies. So you'll get less performative outrage, more hard bargaining where some people can lose. So if dignity becomes the organizing principle, America does not drift gently. It realigns. Status shifts away from credentialed mediators towards producers and place-bound institutions. Elites will fight this not because it is inefficient, but because it dethrones them. And the country will enter a period where the question is no longer what's efficient, what works, but who is the economy for? So under Trump, right, the dignity-based versus efficiency-based coalition is no longer a theoretical debate. It is the primary engine of American political realignment. So when society shifts its organizing principle from aggregate growth to the dignity of its citizens, it's not just changing policy, it is undergoing a status revolution. So right now, the elites moralize the spreadsheet. The incumbent elites have status that is tied to their management of global flows, and they can't simply argue against dignity. Instead, they have a strategy, redefinition. So elite media and elite think tanks frame efficiency as a moral obligation to the poor. I'll argue any deviation from global supply chains is a tax on the vulnerable through inflation. They want to move the debate away from the dignity of the producer and the worker to the pity of the consumer. Also, we see the pathologization of dissent. Right? Any dissent from the ruling free market, free trade orthodoxy is sick. So when dignity advocates demand place-based production, the elite alliance, anchored in academia and finance, labels those demands economically illiterate or nostalgic. Right? They want to police boundaries. If you do not speak their language of efficiency, you're not serious. Thus, you must be excluded from the halls of power. So the elite want to keep the epistemic arrangement that only a tiny number of people in the various sectors of reality get to define what counts as knowledge. So ostensibly, we've got a war over free trade and free markets. In reality, we have a fight over who gets to define reality.
On many occasions, body cams actually exonerate the police officer. They don't actually work against the police officers. They work in favor of them. So maybe something like that would work. But in terms of actually dialing back ICE's actual strategy of going after, one, illegal immigrants who are in the country illegally and have committed other crimes beyond entering the country illegally, and those who are just here illegally but can be deported.
Yeah. All right. Well, Byron York, great perspective. Always appreciate.
So a dignity economy will turn into a fight over honor. And elites will fight it with contempt because they understand that their expert status is being replaced by producer status. So if the Dignity Coalition can make concrete changes in improving the quality of lives of ordinary Americans, then they will successfully move from symbolic protest to structural power. If they can't, then the elite alliance will simply absorb the word dignity into their next round of retraining subsidies, rendering it harmless. So if you want to strip away the efficiency mask and build a metric for dignity from a populist nationalist perspective, right, you need metrics that measure rootedness, production, and agency rather than flow, consumption, and credential status. Right? The current elite-favored metrics of GDP, the S&P 500, the Consumer Price Index, these are all designed to coordinate an alliance of mobile capital and technocrats. So to challenge that, you need metrics that coordinate citizens, producers, and institutions. So elites love purchasing power metrics because this justifies cheap imports and low-wage service jobs. A dignity metric would focus on producer power. Right? The ratio of the median manufacturing or trade wage to the local cost of a dignity basket, say housing, healthcare, education. So if a person can produce real goods but cannot afford to live in the community where they work, the economy is failing. So this metric would expose the BS that cheap TVs are a substitute for a stable work. Elites love capital share because it's easier to move across borders and it's harder for local labor to bargain for. So one metric would be the percentage of GDP that goes to wages and benefits, labor, versus dividends and buybacks, capital. So declining labor share signals that the elite alliance is hollowing out American citizens to feed global financial flows. So a dignity economy would see the worker share stabilize or grow as the state starts siding with workers. Elite coalitions love liquid capital. They love money that can flee a town or a state or a nation the moment a better margin appears in Vietnam. So dignity requires fixed capital. So what allows you to build a family? What allows you to build national industrial capacity? Elites love college degree completion, right? That's a status filter to exclude the producer class, right? The wage gap between the credentialed, the degree holding, and the skilled, right, the non-degree trade holding worker might be a useful metric. So right now, the economy is a status hierarchy for managers rather than a meritocracy for producers. So reducing this gap will signal increased dignity for the majority of citizens. Efficiency metrics love labor mobility, people moving to where the jobs are. Dignity metrics value stability. If everyone has to leave their home to find dignity, the hometown has been defeated by the global market.
Speaking, our national political class is very ironically named because they're all very post-national in their orientation.
Or indeed anti-national, you could say, couldn't you?
Yeah, I think that is fair. That is fair to say. I mean, I generally say post-national. I don't want to load it too heavily, but the bottom line, I think, is that the United States, for better or worse, has a national leader who does think in national terms, who has
So expertise operates as a form of status closure, as a form of jurisdictional monopoly, right? If you don't have certain credentials, you don't get to participate in this discussion. So experts don't just know things, right? What constitutes an expert? An expert is someone who other experts say is an expert. An expert is someone who has successfully played the alliance game in their field. And they occupy a jurisdiction that they are incentivized to defend from intruders. So in the free trade debate, economists act as secular priests. They use complex mathematical models to serve as a barrier to entry for anyone outside the alliance. So if a factory worker in Ohio says, this trade deal destroyed my town, the expert responds by moving the goalpost to aggregate welfare or comparative advantage. So the contempt for any deviation from the elite economic model is a defense of their professional power and jurisdiction. And if a politician or a worker can successfully challenge a trade model using common sense or national interest, then the expert's standing loses its value, right? The mathematized language is a tool to ensure that only those who have this credential, have this knowledge, can make decisions and have the standing to speak. There's a big difference between explicit knowledge, academic knowledge, and tacit knowledge, how things actually work. So there are equations and theories, and then there's reality. So industrial policy must be based on reality, must be based on tacit knowledge, and economists are bad at understanding management, engineering, tacit knowledge, research, and development. Right? These things rely on tacit skills, all sorts of insights gained through practice that cannot be easily reduced to a spreadsheet. So the elite alliance prefers explicit, thin models of economic efficiency because they are portable and easy to manage from a distance. Tacit knowledge is thick. It is local. You can't manage a global supply chain from a penthouse in New York if you put a priority on the tacit, unmodelable skills of a master machinist in Pennsylvania. So economists generally use a model that all labor inputs are all equal, but they're not. So the ruling alliance has to suppress or ignore the production side of the economy because that kind of knowledge empowers people who are not part of their credentialed mobile elite. And the expertise of economists is a wonderful alibi. It allows politicians to evade deciding. They don't have to make choices that create winners and losers and suffer the consequences. So they can outsource these choices to neutral experts and natural market laws, and so they can avoid the moral responsibility of who suffers. So when free trade is a given, right, this is a black box strategy, right? The controversial political choice is placed inside a black box of economic expertise. Anyone who tries to open that box is anti-science or illiterate. So the alliance gets to maintain an expert liberal facade while exercising technocratic, hidden partisan power. The expert provides the alibi that the outcome was inevitable. It wasn't a choice made by an elite to benefit themselves at the expense of other people. So elites portray their explicit knowledge as universal, mathematical, and neutral. They're all about global flow, efficiency, and credentials. The expertise of the producer and the manufacturer is parochial, anecdotal, unscientific. It's tacit, favors local production, dignity, and the skilled worker. So the elite have so much contempt for this side, right, because they want to delegitimize competing types of knowledge. Right? Experts do not just possess knowledge, they defend power. They defend their status. So in the free trade debate, economists use all these complicated mathematical models to create barriers to entry for anyone outside their alliance. They want to defend their standing and power.
an apprehension of the national interest. He may be a country club sentimentalist and a very awkward individual in many, many ways, but unlike our own elite, which is, I think, just fundamentally managerial and post-national in its orientation, and they don't really see the erasure of this Britain as a cultural historical entity as being terribly, being any sort of tragedy.
On the contrary, they rather embrace it, don't they? I mean, the whole, rebanding of Britain under Tony Blair, Cool Britannia, a new country, was in fact, with a great deal of academic connivance, an attempt at the erasure of history, to say we are starting afresh into a brave new wonderful world of the Equality Act, of the Human Rights Act, the elevation of judges above politicians. So clearly one of the things that you are focusing on is the view, which I suppose.
I'm a big fan of the philosopher of the social sciences, Stephen Turner, and he wrote a powerful book, I think came out about 10 years ago, Liberal Democracy 3.0, Civil Society in an Age of Experts, came out in 2003. So Liberal Democracy 1.0 and 2.0 relied on the idea of the competent citizen who can evaluate evidence and participate in public reasoning. But in the free trade debate, this ideal is discarded. Now you just have an alliance of economists and policymakers who treat trade as a closed system where the only valid import is from those with elite degrees. So when trade is framed as a matter of scientific certainty, right, the average citizen has no standing. The worker has no standing. They are incompetent. They lack the cognitive tools to understand the truth. And so economists don't just provide facts. They provide the seal of approval that allows different parts of the elite alliance to trust one another. So they provide certification, right? The math that economists put forward in favor of free trade functions like a secret handshake, right? They claim that these models benefit the public when they primarily benefit the elite. So the primary role of economists in these debates is to certify the reliability of the elite claims. And economists allow the ruling elite to maintain a veneer of neutrality and objectivity. So if a politician says, we're going to sacrifice the textile industry in South Carolina to improve our relations with China, right, they would face immediate political consequences. Instead, they'll say, well, the economic models show that free trade maximizes aggregate welfare. So you have a transfer of power from the visible political realm to the invisible expert realm. So the elite alliance can rule citizens while claiming that their hands are tied by economic reality. So experts have replaced citizens as the primary actors in governance. We've bypassed democracy where citizens can make choices that change how things function to more and more of the political is turned over to the expert class. And these public messages by economists function as a moral sorting device, right? They mark those who object to free trade as belonging to an ignorant outgroup, those who defend free trade as part of an educated, rational in-group. So when all these elite networks adopt the same type of language, right, they eliminate the risk of being singled out. They get to operate as a cartel, and they get to decide who is legitimate.
Suppose is some of it the work of David Goodhart, some of it Matt Goodwin, this whole idea of our political elites having abandoned the centrality of the nation state and the fact that the first duty of a politician is to his own country, and instead, through international law in particular, you see this embrace of every country but your own. So you would see that as one of the central, in other words, the abdication of national politics by our political institutions, by our political leaders, you would see as one of the fundamental preconditions for this idea of civil strife.
Yes, I do, because from the perspective of the rest of the population, to use David Goodhart's frame, from the perspective of the somewheres, this is a gigantic betrayal. They look at the country and they say, this is a broken country. And almost everyone acknowledges this. I mean, on left and right, there's a subtitle of however many national reports has this term, broken Britain. So there's really not much controversy in the suggestion that this is a very seriously politically, socially, economically ill country. And it feels to people that it is broken, and that makes them wonder why. Why was it broken? Why was this done?
Who broke it?
And
who are the guilty men?
So I think people apprehend that the country is broken, and I think they have a fair idea of who broke it. But I personally...
Would you like to name names?
I think you just did moments ago. You talked about, the Blair transformation of the British state was astonishing in its breadth, and it's been very successful. This is not the same country, and I've lived in Britain since 1998, and I recall very, and I feel that in my own personal experience, it's massively transformed in that period. And of course, the Blair government, the Blairite establishment, which continues.
So sometimes the citizen just wants to relax. And in a multicultural world, it can become a little more difficult to relax.
There's no need for all this drama. Yeah, it's horrendous. I don't know what's going on here. I was just relaxing. I was just trying to watch a movie, Had a couple glasses of wine. And then I hear some yelling and stuff, and they start running down here with rocks and bats.
Why is there a fight outside my house?
There's just shadowboxing. Yeah, but they weren't actually fighting. They were just like shadowboxing and marching towards each other. Make sure the neighbour's alright, because I heard her yelling and she got hit with a rock apparently. So, well, it's pretty average, yeah. I don't know why she's getting hit with a rock when she's just relaxing. Police rock around, there's only one policeman and there were like 30 of them running around, so I was a bit like, that's not going to work. I didn't expect it, because obviously I was relaxing, but yeah, there's just much going on. I don't know. It was like 30 of them. Like, what the heck's going on there? I don't know. It's like a war. It felt like I was in a war. Well, just relax, mate. Like, we're in Australia, Like, there's no need for all this drama.
That's pretty good, mate. So Helen Andrews has an interesting post on X. The boom in Southern colleges is white flight from Asian education norms. That's my theory. So I went to bookmark it and I found out Helen Andrews has blocked me. Oh, I'm such a big Helen Andrews fan. The milk of human kindness flows through my veins. So hurtful that Helen Andrews would block me. I admire her body of work. I'm going to try to stay strong.
You'd after Blair, of course.
Because the Tories, again, let's be fair or unfair to both sides. David Cameron explicitly saw himself as the heir to Blair. He says quite explicitly he wants a Conservative Party where Liberals will be at home. Theresa May continues the whole of the net zero agenda and intensifies it. Similarly, non-crime hate incidents. In other words, we've had, and I think it's a problem, David, I find myself shrinking when you start sounding like an online conspiracy theorist, but we really have had post-Blair, a uniparty government that has simply prolonged the Blair episode, that has left major figures from the Blair years in power, that you had a Conservative government giving the chairmanship of English Nature to a Labour cabinet minister, to Chris Smith. We've just had scenes of Theresa May and Yvette Cooper sitting girlishly giggling at each other. We have a former Conservative Attorney General advising the government on how to outlaw Islamophobia, or whatever turn of phrase we've now.
So if you just read one book this week, read the book by Hugo Mercier. It's called Not Born Yesterday, The Science of Who We Trust and What We Believe. And here is the thesis. We did not evolve to be gullible with regard to our vital interests. So elite rule relies on the false contention that somehow we evolved to be gullible with regard to our vital interests. Right? That false belief provides the perfect foundation for elites to rule us. Right? If we're not evolved to be gullible, if we're highly vigilant creatures endowed with open vigilance mechanisms to evaluate arguments and track credibility to prevent being misled when it comes to our vital interests, then we don't need nearly as much elite rule. But we have an enormous elite alliance pushing this false idea that somehow we just evolved to be gullible with regard to our vital interests. And this isn't based on evidence. This isn't based on science. It is a strategic coordination designed to protect elite status and elite power. Because if people just evolve to be gullible, then it's wide open season for elite rule. Right, back to decoding the gurus, decoding Scott Galloway.
Like impressing girls, impressing your date in terms of just being an authentically decent person that is polite to the waiter because, you know, you're polite to people, not because you're trying to send some Evo psych signals about your mateship status and whatever. I mean, again, to my ears, it sounds incredibly obvious, but you know, for Chris Williamson, this is like maybe a lot of people who listen to Chris Williamson, this is something they need to hear. So.
Yeah, big news.
Yeah, big news. Yeah.
Yeah, well, so the YouTube comments weren't kind to Scott Galloway, but that's not the entire audience, right? You don't know. But in any case, Matt, so, you know, you heard Scott Galloway outline things about, you know, the right's narrative being appealing, but they're not doing things right. The left, like, not really offering men a good message, just like, you're toxic, you piece of shit.
You're bad. You're bad. Yeah.
You're bad. Get back in your box. But he was saying, you know, there's a third way, right? Which is the way that he wants to outline. Now, Chris Williamson's response to this is quite interesting, and it leads to further discussion. So he comes with a prepared mini essay.
So if the masses are gullible, then the alliance need to rule. So if you label the general public as ignorant and easily manipulated, the elite ruling coalition of academics, technocrats, and elite media get to create a boundary between the rational in-group and the irrational out-group. And that way they get to dismiss populist movements such as Brexit or the election of Donald Trump, not as legitimate disagreements over vital interests, but it's the result of uneducated plebs getting fooled by demagogues. If the masses are gullible, then we need expert referees to be boundary police. Now, the evidence shows that mass persuasion attempts such as advertising and political propaganda tend to fail miserably, but the elite alliance benefits from pretending these attempts are powerful, because if the public is just super gullible, then a massive layer of credentialed mediators, fact-checkers, regulatory agencies, social media censors become strictly necessary to protect the vulnerable population. This is Nathan Coffness's perspective. So alliance theory predicts that fields supplying this gatekeeping expertise will gain disproportionate status, even if their power to influence minds is highly limited. If the masses are a bunch of gullible fools, then we get to moralize our contempt. If individuals or groups defect from the elite consensus, say by questioning the efficiency of free trade, then the elite alliance can respond with a moralized contempt. They don't have to operate with calm disagreement. They can frame defectors as anti-science, conspiracy theories, nutters, and you can punish them rhetorically, and you don't have to engage with their interests or arguments. If people are gullible fools, then elites have an explanation for why their policies don't gain popular support. So instead of admitting that their priorities, such as global capital flow, may harm the dignity and vital interests of citizens, they can claim the citizens are simply too stupid, too gullible to understand what is best for them. So if people are not as gullible as the elites tell us with regard to their vital interests, why is the belief in the stupidity and gullibility of the masses so popular among the elite? Because it's mind candy. It's compelling. It's thrilling. Right? They can worry about subliminal messages or Russian bots. Right? They can spread these stories as a low-cost way to coordinate their group's identity as the protectors of reality against a sea of misinformed citizens. So elites push for this theory of universal gullibility as a strategic tool for their own power. By defining citizens as cognitively infirm, the elite justify their own power, their own authority to rule. They bypass the need to make hard material concessions to citizens. They convert a democratic bargaining process into technical expert oversight. Right? We are not broadly gullible with regard to our vital interests. We tend to trust selectively. We tend to evaluate claims based on our own interests. Most forms of mass persuasion fail. What looks like mass stupidity is usually strategic belief expression rather than sincere credulity. People profess beliefs not on the basis of truth, but to signal loyalty, identity, or defiance more than they are just stupid. So if people are not especially gullible, why is there such a massive cross-institutional alliance insisting that they are stupid and gullible? Because the public is gullible is an alliance protective belief among our ruling elite.
So let's hear it.
And I don't think that there's been fantastic policies put forward by either side, but at least this is why guys are turning to the right, that they don't feel demonized if they go there.
Well, and they don't feel seen. I feel like they're not going. I don't feel like they're moving towards the Republican Party.
Moving
I feel
away
like they're
from
leaving the Democratic Party.
Agreed. I've got this short essay that I wanted to read you that I think is interesting when you talked about the levels of vulnerability, sensitivity, sort of balancing being in touch, not being sort of, how do you say, pathologically stoic, with also being masculine. So this is the challenge of...
So if the masses are gullible and easily misled, then we need credentialed intermediaries. They're morally necessary. We need journalists, platform moderators, public health officials, national security agencies, economists, NGO staff. They all gain authority from the premise that the public cannot be reliable to judge truth on their own. So the gullibility narrative converts status into guardianship. So without this, the ruling elite look self-interested rather than protective. They're only doing all this censorship for our own good. So with the gullibility narrative, elite failure is the result of popular pathology. When elite policies fail, when the invasion and occupation of Afghanistan and Iraq turns out to be a disaster, when institutions lose trust, when forecasts collapse, alliance theory predicts that the ruling elites will want to displace the blame. So the people misinformed is much safer than our alliance miscalculated. So gullibility shifts responsibility downward. It turns elite error into mass irrationality, and it protects internal cohesion among the ruling elite. Also, it licenses asymmetric speech norms. If one side is gullible, the masses, then censorship becomes care rather than coercion. Content moderation, misinformation panels, expert overrides are harm reduction. Right? It's a classic dominance move. One group, the elites, gets discretion. The other gets supervision. Another benefit of the gullibility narrative is that it delegitimizes rival alliance leaders. You get to delegitimize nationalists and tribalists and populists, right? People who speak directly to the masses. Their followers are gullible. They're stupid. So their leaders don't have any legitimacy. You don't have to engage with their arguments. You don't have to defeat an alternative coalition. You are diagnosing a cognitive defect. So you get to avoid debate and preserve your power. With the gullible masses story, you get to create a shared enemy across various elite factions. So tech firms, media, academia, public health, security agencies disagree on many things, but they can all agree on the stupidity of the masses. So a common external threat stabilizes the ruling elite power structure that would otherwise fragment. So the threat that unites the ruling elite is this epistemic disorder that is rife among ordinary people. Another advantage of the gullibility narrative is you get to convert dissent into a mental health issue. Once gullibility of the masses is assumed, disagreement no longer signals rational conflicts of interest, it signals manipulation, radicalization, pathology. So you get to escalate without negotiation. You do not bargain with the sick and the confused. You manage them. You care for them. You control them. So Hugo Mercier and his thesis is resisted. He's not debated because his work completely undermines the moral foundation of elite supervision. Elites are far more in favor of censorship than ordinary people. So if people are broadly competent to make judgments, then all these paternalistic institutions lose their justification. So the belief that people are gullible persists not because it's true, but because it serves power. It protects elite status, it legitimizes their control, it deflects blame, it weakens rivals. This belief is strategic, socially useful, not so true.
Motivating men. Some advice on how to support men. Men want to aim high without feeling insufficient if they fall short. Men want their suffering to be recognized and appreciated without being pandered to or patronized and made to feel weak. Men want to believe that they can be more without feeling like they're not already enough. Men want to be able to open up without being judged. Men want support.
Yeah, if anyone spoke like this in Australia, and I would think in working class England, they would just be laughed and laughed at.
Without feeling broken. Men want to be loved for who they are, not for what they do. The TLDR is blending inspiration with compassion is not an easy task. How do I set lofty goals which drive me to fulfill my potential without feeling less than if I don't get there tomorrow is a question asked by every guy ever. The desire for self-love and high performance comes into conflict inside the mind of everyone, men especially. Sure, some men are all driving goals with non-introspection, and sure, some men are all reflection and inner work with few external desires, but most men desire a mix of encouraged self-belief and understanding support. Inevitably, these two things come into conflict. Basically, every man just wants to hear, I know you can be more, but you are enough already, and even if you just stay where you are, I'll be right here next to you. You're going to be great, but you don't need to be great, and I'm with you no matter what.
Well, that's simple enough. That's, I mean, is that too much to ask? Is that too much to ask?
It sounds like we want a law. God.
It's very complicated. You have to dial it in just so. I mean...
Yeah. Yeah, like this is interesting to me. A bit like Rogan poetry.
It is interesting. Like, it is, actually, I'm sorry to be mean. I mean, I've got to, you know, I just routinely mean to Chris Riddleton at this point, but why not? I mean, but it is funny. Like, if I read that to my wife or just explained those sentiments to my wife in any way, shape, or form, I think she would just laugh me out of the room. She just would, right? Like, I know that people would go, no, this is all self-helpy clinical speak, which I know that a lot of people across the political spectrum, especially in the United States, respect and think is normal. But in my culture, right, that is just needy bullshit. That, you know, that I'm sorry. And I don't think I've got pathological, toxic masculinity or any of those things, but it's just...
I've had way too many girlfriends who said to me, I'm sorry, but I think the only reason that I'm with you is because I'm so depressed and have, you know, no sense of self-esteem right now. And I'm afraid that, you know, one day my needy, long emails might ever go public. My God, so embarrassing, right? I would send emails that are every bit as embarrassing as what Chris Williamson just read out. But I'm learning to love and accept that needy part of myself.
I mean, come on. I mean, like, isn't it a bit much?
It's a bit much because, like, the bit that I can jive with is everybody wants to be appreciated when they're trying hard. And everybody likes support from loved ones, you know, even if they don't become the prime minister of the freaking world or whatever the case is. But, like, he presents it as, you know, this is the unique, this is the master. And every man has sat there and thought, like, I wish that people would just say to me, you are enough. As you are now.
You're enough, Chris. You are enough, Chris.
You're enough.
You are enough. Like, I believe you can be more as a podcast host. I believe you can do more, but you're enough as you are, right? I mean, no, I mean, like, of course there's a kernel of truth in that. Like, everybody would just go, it's okay, try your best, but, you know, it'd be the same with my kids, right? I encourage them to try their best at school. If you can get A's, I'm like, this is great, well done. If they...
So I'm a big fan of the UCLA psychologist David Pinsoff, and he writes on his Substack, Everything is BS. I spend a lot of time with intellectuals, writers, thinkers, social scientists. If I had to sum up their worldview in one sentence, I could hardly do better than this one. Everything that's wrong with the world is caused by misunderstanding, political polarization, misunderstanding, misinformation, misunderstanding, bigotry, misunderstanding, stereotypes, misunderstanding, war, misunderstanding, capitalism, false consciousness. So this critique suggests that the entire modern professional managerial class exists in a state of delusion. They produce reports, metrics, narratives that serve the internal needs of their own alliance rather than reflect the reality of the world. When these elites claim the public is gullible, they are performing a high-status ritual, which justifies the existence of massive administration and experts. So if the public can be trusted to judge truth for themselves, the need for fact-checkers, narrative managers, and the entire credentialed gatekeepers evaporates. So gullibility alibi, right? It's a way to externalize failure when policies fail because the public is too stupid. And what passes for intellectual discourse is a series of coordination signals. Everybody agrees the public is cognitively infirm, so various factions of the elite all maintain a united front. So the widespread belief in universal gullibility persists because it functions very effectively for those who are in power. It preserves their status. It makes them important. It coordinates them. It legitimates their rule. It scales, right? Requires effort to understand selective trust, source evaluation, argumentative vigilance. So people are dumb. It's just cognitively easy to understand. It's cheap. So we all love explanations that are cheap to understand, cheap to transmit, emotionally satisfying, and morally flattering. You get to convert elite moral failure into elite virtue. If people are gullible, then overriding their wishes is compassionate. Censorship is care. Paternalism is protection. Elite overreach is sacrifice. Right? You get to launder the bad parts of the ruling power. And modern professions extract status and income from adjudicating truth claims, fact-checking, narrative risk, misinformation research, trust and safety, public communication strategies. If people are competent judges, then this entire industry becomes redundant. When elites believe something false, it's because it's complex. There are trade-offs, unintended consequences. When non-elites believe something false, it's because they are stupid and gullible. So high-status actors get situational explanations. It's very complicated. Low-status actors, they are just inherently stupid. Right? If people were as broadly gullible as the elite claim, then mass persuasion would be easy. But it's not. Advertising mostly fails. Political campaigns mostly reinforce priors. Propaganda works best where exit is blocked and punishment is real. So the threat is not that elites are wrong about psychology. The threat is that they are wrong in a way that licenses their domination. They treat disagreement as a cognitive and moral defect. So then the path for them to coerce us is wide open, and they escalate. They start with nudges, then they move to filters, then to mandates, all justified by the same false premise.
Don't manage to get A's. Okay, that's fine.
You slap them more in the ear.
What is DTG? Decoding the Gurus.
And say, no dinner for you tonight.
I shame them relentlessly. That's true, but that's not a guy thing. That's just a everybody thing, right? Like, just, I don't know.
I feel that, like, the thing that men should realize with this kind of stuff is, like, if that appeals to you, fair enough. right, fair enough. But don't be go judging, like, when women, right, this is what women want from men, and they produce a big list of things.
So why did we have an American Revolution? Because of an abstract love of liberty? Because of the application of rational principles from the Enlightenment? Because people read John Locke? No, it was a coalition breakdown among the ruling elites. So for most of the 18th century, American colonial elites saw themselves as royal members of the British coalition. They fought Britain's wars. They enforced Britain's trade rules. They modeled their institutions on English institutions. They expected reciprocity. They expected their contributions would be rewarded with autonomy, respect, and inclusion in making decisions. Now, that bargain collapsed after the 7 Years' War against France. Colonies had paid heavily in blood and logistics, and London responded not with gratitude, but with ever tighter control, new taxes, trade enforcement, direct administration. They lost status. Colonial elites were treated less like partners, more like dependents. This is fatal. Right? Elites tolerate costs if they believe that they are insiders. They revolt when they realize they are permanent juniors. So no taxation without representation was not about the money. It was about status. We count, we belong, we have standing. So the British elites made a critical error. They framed colonial resistance as disobedience rather than as a coalition negotiation. So every punitive measure that Britain took hardened the perception by American colonial elites that advancement within the British Empire was blocked for them. Once colonial elites concluded that recognition would never come, loyalty became irrational. Ideology follows incentives. Enlightenment language about natural rights simply provided moral cover for the new strategic realignment. Revolutionaries then built an alternative coalition where they could have status. Right? It was a bid to enter and build a different alliance system on better terms for them. The American Revolution was not inevitable. It's not primarily philosophical. It's because colonial elites realized that there was no way for them to rise in status, that they'd been blocked. And so when a coalition is blocked from upward mobility, rebellion is not radical, it is the rational response.
That's right. If you've got your manifesto of how women should be treating you, then you're gonna have to let them have they're allowed to have a list as well. But the other funny thing about it too is that, like, that to me reads like, if that was not delivered by Chris Williamson, I could imagine that being delivered by like a very woke guy.
Oh yeah,
like,
yeah.
Exactly the kind of guy that Chris Williamson's audience would despise, basically. And again, it's fine to have feelings, and it's fine to express them in a slightly cringe, emo kind of way. That's all fine. But just, recognize that maybe you're not the kind of hunter, red in tooth and claw, grizzled, potential weekend warrior, commando, adventurer, here, legend in your own lunchtime. Maybe consider what you are.
When Ugg comes back to the hearth after hunting
a hard day of clubbing the mammoth.
They don't club; they use spears. Okay.
So if you just listen to one left-wing podcast, listen to Decoding the Gurus. So I often wonder, why doesn't the ruling coalition buy me off? Right? Why don't ruling coalitions do a better job of buying off their most dangerous opponents? And the answer is buying off a dangerous opponent corrodes the ruling coalition faster than fighting opponents. See, buy-offs teach the wrong lessons. If a ruling coalition visibly rewards pressure, disruption, or threat, it incentivizes others to escalate. Quiet dissent becomes loud. Moderates radicalize. The coalition trains its future enemies by showing them that menace pays. Second, internal allies will always watch power more closely than enemies do. So every concession to an opponent is a betrayal. Core supporters think, why are they getting rewarded while we pay the costs? So that weakens loyalty. Ruling coalitions fall from internal defection, not external attack. Dangerous opponents are rarely singular. They usually represent a faction, a mood, or a grievance that cannot be permanently bought off. You can pay leaders, but followers notice. You can absorb rhetoric, but resentment persists. Fourth, buy-offs destroy moral hierarchy. Coalitions survive by telling a story about who deserves power. Buying off opponents, it negates this claim. It collapses the moral boundary between legitimate insiders and illegitimate challengers. So authority drains. There is an adverse selection problem. The opponents most willing to be bought out are the least dangerous. The most dangerous ones want dominance, not payments. And there is a coordination trap. Every buy-off has to be enforced. That requires trust. Opponents strong enough to be dangerous are hard to trust. So buying off enemies looks rational in isolation. But as far as coalitions work, as far as alliances work, as far as power works in the real world, buying off an enemy signals weakness. It alienates your allies, it multiplies threats, and it dissolves legitimacy. So ruling power coalitions will prefer repression, exclusion, and moralization, not because they are stupid, but because appeasement is the fastest path to collapse. So expertise is valuable social property that belongs to specific communities. A ruling coalition is not just a group of people, it is a group of people that shares a monopoly on the credentialed language of governance. So buying off a dangerous opponent often requires granting them standing, giving them a seat at the table where decisions are made. This is dangerous because it introduces someone with a different type of knowledge, a tacit knowledge. So if an outsider can walk in and start making decisions without having been socialized into the coalition's private tongue, the value of the expertise collapses. The coalition loses its ability to claim that its power is based on neutral technical necessity. Also, you get the risk of moral contagion. Right? Every member of a ruling coalition acts as a guarantor for every other member. So when a coalition buys off an opponent, it is essentially certifying someone who was previously defined as illegitimate. This creates reputational risk. You buy off the heretic, the nationalist who rejects free trade, you bring them into the content, then you contaminate the whole alliance. Other members of the elite alliance will stop trusting the coalition because it's now bonded to a defector. Right? Coalitions survive by pretending they don't have a choice, that the science, the economics, the math dictates their policies. Buying off an opponent is a visible act of political agency, shows the public that the power coalition can make choices and bargains. This destroys the alibi of the elites. Public sees the coalition negotiating over what was previously called economic reality, and the entire veneer of neutrality is stripped away. The ruling power coalition can no longer hide behind experts. It's now revealed as a group of people making self-interested deals. So coalitions operate within specific jurisdictions defined by their expertise, such as trade or health. So a dangerous opponent attacks from a different jurisdiction using common sense, national interest, or dignity. You cannot buy off an opponent from a rival jurisdiction without surrendering your own monopoly. So repression or exclusion is the only way for an expert-led coalition to maintain the purity of its knowledge base. You can't share power without devaluing the credentials that justify your power. You cannot bond with an outsider without losing the trust of your allies. You cannot bargain without admitting that your technical decisions are political. Right? Ruling coalitions do not buy off opponents because the price of the opponent is the very thing that makes the coalition an elite alliance in the first place. Their exclusive claim to define reality.
It shows how much you know. But anyway, when he comes back from that and he feels the mammoth got away, right? It was close one. What he wants to hear Guga say is, that was enough. You did enough. And then he'll be good.
He tried his best. That's the main thing.
He'll try his best. That's the thing. So, yeah. But you know, Matt, you are allowed to do this in the kind of right-leaning space, Jordan Peterson world, as long as you present it that it's masculinity, right? Like it's men admitting that they are men and they have feelings, goddammit, and they're not even allowed to admit that they're sad about stuff. And I'm going to cry for them. And
that's the bit that strikes me. I'm not even having a go at it because this is a general.
You are, but carry on.
Well, I am, because it's just such a universal emo sentiment, right? And like it's a universal sentiment. But what's really striking is how it's coded, to use that word. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's fine.
If it's coded masculinity manosphere thing, that's fine. That's cool. But if it's coded as like soft, as woke, weak, then it's a weak.
Why do Americans love rhetoric about freedom and Australians love rhetoric about fairness? Now, political coalitions, power coalitions, alliances don't depend on the accuracy of their arguments, the profundity of their moral vision, right? They depend upon serving various members of an alliance so that they can have the reins of the coercive powers of government. So what's the core American challenge, right? Coordination among strangers. We've got this huge, mobile, heterogeneous population spread across the continent, right? There are constant exit options. So the winning rhetoric is freedom, right? You can join a coalition that will not trap you. You're not going to be coerced. You have autonomy. You always have the right to walk away. So freedom is not mainly about philosophy, right? It is a way to hold together a volatile alliance. So when Americans say freedom, they mean don't box me in, or I get to choose this association. Now, Australia's core problem was not that. It wasn't coordination among strangers. It was cohesion within a small, bonded society. So fairness reassures people that the group will not exploit them, that the rules will be enforced fairly. So in the US, alliances are loose, overlapping, and competitive. There's not nearly as much in-group cohesion and social trust. People are constantly switching jobs, churches, cities, identities. Right? Freedom language keeps ruling coalitions porous, legitimizes defection without moral condemnation. In Australia, alliances are thicker, they're more stable, they're more local. You see the same people again and again and again. Your reputation sticks. Now, fairness polices the hierarchy. It suppresses dominance behavior and it keeps resentment from boiling over. So in America, the primary villain is tyranny, someone taking away your choices. In Australia, the villain is unfairness, someone jumping the queue, someone getting special treatment. So American political debates turn on liberty versus control, mask mandates, gun laws, speech rules. Australian debates turn on equity and consistency. Who pays? Who benefits? Who's gaming the system? Right, freedom works as rhetoric where exit is easy, coalitions are fragile. Fairness works where exit is costly and coalitions must endure. So Americans say freedom because they fear being trapped. Australians say fairness because they fear being screwed.
It's like, but no, it's the same picture. It's the same picture.
You're all weak. You're all weak. Just get on with it.
We're all weak. That's right. We're all weak. Just get on with it.
Yeah, but, well, so let's see how Scott responds to that, because he prepared the essay, right?
He prepared an essay, yeah.
I'm prepared at that. So let's see what Scott says in response.
Yeah, two thoughts crossed my mind. I really like listening to that, and I feel like what you just described, if I were to summarize it or distill it all into one word, it'd be dad. And that is, you just sort of described what I see as my mission and purpose as a father, and that is, my oldest is applying to college. So I'm at home with him yesterday, and we're talking about his supplemental essay, and we sit down, and, he said he was going to finish it in the morning, and he didn't, and I'm all over his ass. I'm like, okay, you said that this morning. You're up playing fucking video games. Get your shit together. You're not 15. I mean, I'm on him. And then he writes it, and I'm like, it's great. And the reason it's great is because it's you, and you're great. It's a little bit, it's a mix. And I think very few people, except a father figure or an older male, can communicate both those things in equal measure and have it really resonate with a boy. I just think there's certain things that men can do for boys that is very difficult for women, and vice versa.
So, who gets a journalism prize? Right? I'm 59 years of age, and I have yet to receive my Pulitzer. So, prizes are devices that help coordinate alliances. Right? The public interest matters, truth matters, but the primary purpose of a journalism prize is to align the alliance. So prizes reward narratives that reinforce the shared moral framework. It's not about facts, it's about the correct interpretation of facts. It's about the protection of the ruling alliance. Certain conclusions are pre-approved, others are radioactive, no matter how much evidence there is. So this is a way to solve coordination problems. You've got thousands of journalists, they need to know what good journalism means. So a journalism prize compresses all this information about what is good journalism into one single signal. It's a way to launder power. You get to enact and push forward a particular agenda and frame it as neutral truth-seeking through the prestige of the Pulitzer Prize. So what type of narrative gets rewarded, right? Work that flatters elite self-conceptions. Narratives where elites are the solution to problems caused by non-elites. Work that moralizes rather than falsifies. Work that has clear villains, clear victims, clear lessons. Work that disciplines and exposes outsiders, exposes populists, heretics, nationalists, people outside the ruling coalition. What type of journalism does not get prizes, right? Any reporting that threatens the alliance, the elite consensus. Work that challenges the conventional morality. Any investigation that implies elite failure. Work where there's not a morally satisfying scapegoat. So what gets rewarded in journalism is not that which is true, but does this troop help our team? So prizes are a seal of approval that allows different parts of an elite alliance to trust one another. So if you get a Pulitzer Prize, you are certified. Right? Other parts of the alliance now get to use your work as a foundation for their own work, right? a Pulitzer Prize, a journalism prize, says this information is now safe for you to use. You can build policy upon it without fear of any reputational contagion. So experts want to defend their power and status from outsiders. So journalism prizes act as a boundary marker. You only reward those who use the correct methods, the correct moral frameworks. So the tacit knowledge of the outsider is illegitimate. You don't give prizes to reporters who use common sense or local testimony to debunk an expert model. Right? You give prizes to those who use expert tools, data sets, credentials, technical jargon. Right? The truth is something owned by those who have credentials. It's not something that's accessible to outsiders. With a prize, you get to ensure that a particular narrative is enhanced. Right? There's one dominant narrative, and you can't contest this narrative without being anti-truth or anti-science. So you have an approved narrative that becomes a black box that the public is not allowed to enter. And you create an alibi by giving a journalism award for this excellent investigation, this type of truth. You get to hide the political choices in elevating that particular narrative. Right? You get to claim, oh, this story rose to the top because of its inherent quality, rather than its use in coordinating our group's interest. So you get to move a narrative from contested to a certified fact for the rest of the elite alliance. You get to devalue outside knowledge in favor of expert reporting. And you get to mask political coordination as a neutral celebration of truth. So a prize-winning story is a successful weapon for the maintenance of a particular ruling elite.
So when I hear that, I think all of it is true. And I think the people who are most effective at delivering that type of salt and vinegar kind of love and inspiration and motivation, and occasionally a swift kick in the ass, are a male role model.
Yeah.
And if you were to look at where, I think, going to problems, if you look at the single point of failure, it's when a boy loses a male role model.
Okay, lots of good stuff in this conversation. Here we go, mate.
Greater levels of depression in early childhood follow up.
Things being equal is going to be more.
Which, the particular mechanism is applying. Because there's.
So one thing that gets me about Scott Galloway is how often he just throws out data as though he actually knows what he's talking about. And all the times that he does that, this particular decoding, right, his data is highly dubious.
Are confounded a lot, right? Like it's certainly not as simple. And I believe what he's referencing here is a blog from the Institute for Family Studies, which makes these claims, right? And it's got.
Boy, I've done a really bad job with my timestamps. Foolish me, I am an error.
Boy, maybe this will convince you.
So this stinks of her. It's all.
But if I remember her work and the work Richard's done, the moment a young man, a boy, loses a male role model through death, disease, abandonment, he becomes more likely at that moment to be incarcerated than graduate from college.
Right. Yep.
A girl will,
So if you can make a dramatic claim and throw in data, right, that's great for advancing your own status. But instead, keeping fidelity to the truth, not so easy to make dramatic claims.
Maybe being more promiscuous because she's looking for male approval in the wrong places. She has the same rates of college attendance, income, and self-harm.
Makes no difference.
And so essentially, while boys are physically stronger, they're mentally and emotionally and neurologically much weaker. And we don't.
He speaks with absolute assurance and just throws out facts. Sounds very convincing, but his facts are highly dubious.
I won't even acknowledge that. Boys are weaker, neurologically and emotionally.
More fragile, perhaps. Yeah, more tenuous.
Yeah, so did you look into that one? Because, again, it seems, I don't know. So let me remember. Girls become more promiscuous when they lose a male role model figure or a father figure, and boys become much less likely to graduate from college and whatever life outcomes. That was the empirical references there. Did you look into those as well?
Yeah, I did, and I could go through at some length about them. But the general thing is fuller absence being linked to higher incarceration and lower college attainment for boys. Directionally supported, but the particular mechanisms are confounded a lot, right? Like it's certainly not as simple. And I believe what he's referencing here is a blog from the Institute for Family Studies, which makes these claims, right? And it's got percentages graduating from college with biological father present, 35% versus biological father absent, 14%.
Yeah. And did they control for all the massive confounds with socioeconomic status, right? Because actually single parent households are socioeconomically far more concentrated and more disorganized households with things changing all the time, much more concentrated at the lower end of things, which obviously has a massive correlation with college attendance. So did they control for those other things for socioeconomic?
Yeah. Well, Matt, this is a blog citing a whole bunch of sources, right? It's so individual books and whatnot. Some of them have controlled and some of them have not. But when I look, it's directionally true, but again, overstated, and the confidence with which, the particular mechanism is applying. Because there's obviously, like if there is no biological father present, there's usually a lot of other things going on. Right?
Exactly.
Like
that's right. There's a whole bunch of socioeconomic things associated with that. So look, I'm not having a go at this because I don't like the narrative. Like his narrative there is very nice, right? The narrative is, hey, boys are vulnerable too.
So when they say narrative is nice or narrative is terrible, obviously they mean narrative that fits in with my particular hero system. So from a social perspective, how would you decoding the gurus? You would understand this podcast as an alliance maintenance project rather than a neutral truth-seeking one. So the job of this podcast is to police the boundary between legitimate knowledge brokers and illegitimate charisma entrepreneurs. So the podcast is not mainly about whether specific claims are true. It's really about who is authorized to speak, who should be allowed to monetize attention, who should command trust outside of institutional sponsorship. So when you label someone a guru, that's a status move. Right? Calling someone a guru reframes their influence as parasitic rather than earned. It strips away their status without having to engage on substance. The podcast consistently defends institutional monopoly over interpretation. So most of the targets of this podcast are people who translate complex issues into accessible stories for lay audiences. So this translation threatens professional gatekeepers. So by portraying these simple narratives and the people who produce them as reckless or narcissistic or grifters, the podcast reinforces that knowledge should remain mediated by institutions, not by individuals with microphones. So motive hunting replaces argument testing. So a recurring pattern on this podcast is psychologizing. Talks about ego, grift, audience capture, narcissism, right? This is a dominance tactic. Once you can say these outsiders are operating with bad motives, arguments no longer require refutation. You get to preserve a hierarchy while avoiding direct confrontation with uncomfortable ideas that may widely resonate. The selective skepticism of the podcast reveals their alliance. Right? The podcast is harsh on heterodox figures who challenge the progressive managerial class consensus, and they're quite gentle on establishment voices who commit similar errors but are inside elite institutions. Right? They signal their loyalty upward. Skepticism is applied as a disciplinary tool, not as a universal norm. So when it comes to truth claims, you get a moralized loyalty test. Right? Listeners are taught not just what to doubt, but whom to distrust. So acceptable skepticism flows inward to institutions, but unacceptable curiosity flows outward. So this is the exact pattern you'd expect from a high-status group under risk, under threat from decentralized media. So many listeners are culturally restless. So decoding the gurus is a way for them to explore heterodox figures without defecting. You can look, but only through this sanctioned lens. Right? There's a classic retention strategy when people are tempted to exit. And the real enemy here is disintermediation, misinformation, the collapse of the credentialed mediation. Substack, YouTube, podcasts, X, social media. These all allow individuals to build up trust without elite vetting. So you have two academics here who want to redefine independence as pathology. So decoding the gurus is less about decoding ideas than decoding threats to the ruling elite alliance system that is built on credentials, institutions, and controlled status distribution. It reassures insiders, it disciplines and mocks outsiders, and it teaches audience who to trust.
They need support and stuff. Everyone can get on board with that. But yeah, I guess I'm just a little bit sensitive at this point, Chris, where this kind of picking up these little factoids because they fit nicely into Just So's story about that stuff. I mean, I think it's kind of probably trivially true that having two parents, all things being equal, is going to be more conducive to all kinds of positive life outcomes than one or zero, right? That seems, I don't think most people would find that shocking. But yeah, I mean, I don't know.
So, Matt, there's a paper, right, when I was looking into this, follower absence and trajectories of offspring mental health across adolescence and young adulthood, findings from a UK birth cohort. And this.
So I asked for more specific arguments to back up this critique of decoding the gurus. So they give me Decoding the Gurus versus Jordan Peterson. So Jordan Peterson is treated by the podcast less as a bundle of arguments and more as an objective pathology, right? His rise matters because he creates a mass audience without institutional sponsorship. He speaks in moral and mythic language that competes with academic authority. So the podcast critiques his affect, his dress, his emotions, his narcissism. These are all status-stripping moves. So when someone bypasses credentialed channels and still commands loyalty, then elites will be incentivized to attack the person's legitimacy rather than refuting the person's claims. So the repeated focus on self-help guru energy is a way of saying this kind of authority is bad. Joe Rogan is dangerous not because of any single belief. He's dangerous because he hosts long-form conversations that collapse gatekeeping. He lets those without credentials speak directly to the public without a journalistic filter. This is irresponsible. It's naive. It corrupts his audience. If you cannot control the channel, you must delegitimize the channel owner. So, a great deal of time is spent on Joe Rogan's platforming as a moral failure. Sam Harris is treated gently as one of the good guys because he operates within the hero system of the hosts. So the podcast will default to explanations of grift, narcissism, audience capture, trauma. But these explanations are rarely applied symmetrically to legacy media figures or tenured academics or NGO-affiliated experts who also chase attention and funding. Right? The asymmetry is the tell. Motive hunting is the alliance weapon. Once you can accuse the outsider of corrupt motives, then their arguments no longer matter. There's a highly selective concern about misinformation. It's heterodox misinformation that is uniquely corrosive. Institutional misinformation that aligns with elite interests doesn't get nearly as much attention. So the show gives restless, educated listeners a permission to feel superior without defecting. You can sample Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson, Brett Weinstein, but only through a lens that reaffirms your hero system. So Decoding the Gurus is less a truth-seeking project and more like an enforcement mechanism. Teaches listeners not what is false, but who must not be trusted.
This is a paper from 2022. They don't cite in any of their papers, right? But this paper, for example, if I just read the highlights, follower absence during early childhood is associated with greater levels of depression in early adulthood. Early childhood follower absence is associated with more severe depression trajectories across adolescence and early adulthood. Effects are strongest for females with absent followers in early childhood. Right? Okay. And in the discussion, the introduction, they say the evidence with regard to sex differences in the association between follower absence and offspring depression is similarly inconclusive, with some studies reporting stronger effects for females, whilst other studies suggest that males are worse affected. And this paper, if you go and read through it, it's complex math. It's all odd ratios of varying sizes, and it's talking about the time when the person leaves affects the overall trajectories and so on. Like, it's just, the general pattern is it's more complicated, and the way they present it is kind of like, boys are not going to go to college if their follower leaves, whereas girls are going to be fine. And that's not what the literature says.
Yeah, that's right. It's just that it's a very reductive, sort of two-dimensional low resolution, for want of a better phrase, presentation of the literature. And I guess that's the thing we're increasingly sensitive to, right? Because I'm sure there's nuggets of truth in all of that. I'm much more suspicious about the fact that boys are more affected than girls. Like you said, that study there found the exact opposite thing. I'm sure you could go and find other studies which find something that supports Scott Galloway's thing. But the point, I think, here is that what I strongly suspect Scott Galloway did, and I say this as someone who generally likes his vibe, being a boomerish middle-aged bloke myself coming from a similar point of view, is that I think what he's done is he comes across a study or finds a study that fits,
or a blog citing a study.
A blog citing a study, that's right, that fits the story that he likes. And it's not even a bad story, right? The one that he's telling. No. Right? It's just that's not evidence. That's not how that you don't cite.
It is evidence, Matt. It is evidence.
It is, but don't cherry pick and be like a little magpie finding the shiny thing and slot it into the.
So, have you noticed that when the left fights over rights, human rights, moral rights, civil rights, the left wins? When the right tries to contest rights, right, it loses. So you have to shift the terrain to win, right? As long as you are fighting on the basis of civil rights, moral rights, human rights, this is the terrain of the professional managerial class. This is the terrain of the courtroom. This is the battlefield where judges decide things, where the rules of evidence are owned by the enemy. So rights-based discourse is the native tongue of the professional managerial class and the legal academic complex. Right? These abstractions are expert property. Rights are abstract, and they require credentialed interpretation. So any fight over rights moves from the town square to the courtroom and to the administrative agency. And so the populist and the nationalist will always lose because they have surrendered their standing to a class of professional mediators who specialize in the manipulation of these specific abstractions. So as long as the right fights on rights, right, you're fighting over the distribution of status within a system that the ruling enemy professional managerial class manages. So every new right created or every old right defended reinforces the authority of experts who define those rights and who are, in political terms, your enemy. So you're asking, when you fight over rights, you're asking the priesthood of the enemy, the priesthood of the ruling alliance, to use their holy books to rule in your favor. So if the right is going to win over rights, the discussion must shift from rights, which are abstract, granted by experts, to obligations and production, which are concrete and rooted in community. So you have to move the shift from consumer to producer. A rights-based focus treats the citizen as a consumer of state-protected liberties. A production-based focus treats the citizen as a vital participant in the nation's survival. If you're going to win, you have to shift from the universal outlook to membership. Human rights are universal. They require a global alliance of experts to enforce and define. Focus on national dignity and producer obligations are specific to citizens. This discussion requires a sovereign state to put a highest priority on its own people over global, abstract, rule-based norms. If you're going to win, you have to move from expert mediation to direct agency. So as long as the right fights on the basis of rights, it will always lose. But if you can shift the discussion to the material, moral requirements of functioning citizens, functioning communities, if you fight on the basis of dignity, you stop being a participant in the elite's game and you start building a rival alliance. You start creating an honor war. You start to challenge the idea that credentialed experts have the exclusive right to define what a good life looks like for the citizen.
The story you're telling and make out that, okay, well, this is what the science is telling us. It's very simple. You know, I mean, by all means, tell your story, have your opinions. You know, I think Scott Galloway's, you know, so far, he's got generally mostly fine opinions, and all power to him. I encourage middle-aged men like myself to get out on the internet, give their opinions. But, you know, you just don't, you just don't need to. Yeah, I don't know. It's just that presentation of it, the sciencey thing.
Yeah, and they'll point to, Chris Williamson will point to researchers who specifically focus on this and have been on this show and have said this is a clear pattern, and they're referring to it. And those people have done all the research. But there you have to factor in the selection bias of the researchers who are going on modern.
So do you ever wonder why there are so many HIV ads on TV? Why there are so many ads for pharmaceutical products that allow you to have sex with as many strangers as possible without getting some deadly disease, right? Much of the population must find these ads horrifying, annoying, revolting. So why are there so many HIV ads on TV? So these ads are not about persuading the masses, right? These ads are about signaling loyalty to allies in the ruling elite and enforcing moral norms inside the elite coalition. So the real audience is not you. The real audience for these PrEP ads is institutions, regulators, advocacy groups, pharmaceutical partners, media peers, advertisers, the ruling elite. So running HIV ads shows that you are aligned with power, with public health bureaucracies, with LGBTQ advocacy, with DEI norms, with the medical establishment, with the academy. So this alignment buys protection and status inside the ruling power structure, even if regular people hate the content. So the revulsion you may feel with all these pro-promiscuity advertising, your revulsion is not a bug. It is the feature. Right? If you can put out an ad that makes large part of the public revolted and the TV network runs it anyway, that shows how independent you are from mass taste, shows how loyal you are to the elite. It says, we answer to the elite coalition. We don't worry about the public. It's a strong signal. It's like wearing a yarmulke. If I wear a yarmulke in a time when Jews are not given as much automatic kindness and respect as they used to be in America, that's a strong signal that I have an intense in-group identity. These ads sort people into the right people and the wrong people. Anyone who objects, anyone who's revolted, right, is bad, is a member of the out-group. People who defend or normalize the ads are part of the elite in-group. So HIV ads persist, not to sell drugs, but because the reputation payoff outweighs the audience irritation. Right? TV networks get reputation insurance. Big Pharma gets moral cover. Advocacy groups get visibility. Everyone inside the ruling elite alliance wins. So when a significant share of your viewers find the ads revolting, and yet the ads intensify rather than retreat, that tells you persuasion is not the goal here. The goal here is to signal, we rule, we have the power, we dominate you, and F you. That's why there's so many HIV ads. We rule, you have to suck it up, loser.
Wisdom in general, right? And it's the same thing as, are there many people that are likely to talk to Chris Williamson about how screen time isn't actually that harmful? No, it will be Jonathan Haidt type stuff, which is the dominant thing, but that's not the dominant thing in the...
Right. Will you get status as an academic going on CBS News and saying screen time is not a big deal? No, you'll only get status usually as an academic if you say this is a crisis.
Literature, if you look, at the kind of critical scholarship around it. So anyway, the general picture is anytime that a figure is cited or referenced in this conversation, you should take it with a significant pinch of salt, because every single time I hunted it down and found like the paper that I think it referenced or the source that it was from, it was exaggerated or hyperbolically stated. And it's like you said, it's not that it's not necessarily like pointing to something that actually applies in certain respects. It's just that it's not as extreme or simple as suggested. And yes, that's often the way and so on, but you don't have to do that. You could say it without the hyperbole.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's it. So I think a common pattern is whenever Chris Williamson says Galloway or discussing research, it's kind of triggering. They get triggered by seeing headlines where you have to add in disclaimers or whatever. And I get triggered, or we get triggered by people using scholarship in this like decorative way to just like rhetorically enforce their point. But in terms of actual programs and whatnot, we heard some things, and this was another one that was brought up, and it was quite a surprising exchange about it.
There are 3 times and quite frankly, men aren't stepping up. There are 3 times as many women applying to be big sisters in New York.
It's a big sister.
Big sister, like big brother, big sister. It's an adult who says, it's funny you don't know that. It's this wonderful program. And it's like, say you're a guy in your 30s or 40s, maybe you have kids, maybe you don't. You can apply to be a big brother, and all you do really is just hang out with a boy, usually a single mother, but a boy who doesn't have a lot of male mentorship.
Okay.
Called Big Brothers. It started at Big Brothers, then they launched Big Sisters. Hugely successful program nationwide. 3 times as women are applying to be big sisters of New York than men are applying to be big brothers.
Wow.
So men aren't stepping up. Also, there's this dangerous taboo, Chris, where if you're a man, say you're a single successful dude in your 30s, you could mean a lot to a boy. He's going to be impressed by you. And there's this weird notion that you have to be the CEO or a parent or a baller or the head of Goldman Sachs. No, you just have to show up. You just have to take an interest in their life. And quite frankly, save them from themselves because they make really stupid decisions, and just ask them questions.
So we had a dramatic verdict against 2 doctors who assisted a minor with transmutilation surgery. So the medical industry is in for a shock. So why did the medical industry align with this type of transmutilation so early? Because it was a great earner, right? You have chronic patients. You have a need for lifelong medical care and medication. You have high margins. You have repeated specialist visits. You have surgical interventions. You have follow-up care. You have insurance billing codes. Right? Few other areas of medicine convert psychological distress into decades of reimbursable intervention so cleanly. There's a big earner for clinicians, hospitals, insurers, professional associations, and pharma. Right? You just had to comply with what was the elite consensus. And the risk seemed asymmetric. Right? If you simply affirmed people and their desire to have transmutilation treatment and surgery, then you were legally safe. If you delayed this type of mutilation, if you denied this type of mutilation, then you were risked being accused of discrimination, malpractice, contributing to suicide. So warning parents about suicide risk was liability transfer. Responsibility moved from the clinician to a treatment pathway. This treatment became life-saving. Refusal became dangerous. The ruling elite ideology served as moral armor, converted financial and reputational incentives into an ethical necessity. Profit and virtue aligned, so any dissent became deviance. Now, jury finding breaks that liability shield. It reframes harm as foreseeable negligence rather than tragic inevitability. So how will the medical establishment react? It will defensively retrench, not reverse itself. Professions will distance. Surgeons and clinicians will say, well, responsibility lies upstream. Psychologists will say, well, surgeons made the final call. Institutions say, well, providers deviated from our guidelines. You'll have a change in guidelines. Standards of care will change language. You'll have more individualized assessment, more emphasis on comorbidities. You'll have fewer absolute claims. So they'll try to preserve their legitimacy while reducing their legal exposure. You'll have a narrowing of who gets access to this mutilation. So adult care is easier to defend legally. So the medical industrial complex will concede ground on minors to protect the broader structure. And you'll have selective abandonment. Right? Providers with transmutilation will exit the field entirely once malpractice insurers raise rates or refuse coverage. So that's how alliances contract, not through moral epiphanies, but through underwriting.
Also, quite frankly, because of the Catholic Church and Michael Jackson, there's a suspicion of men who want to hang out with boys.
Yeah. Well, I can speak with some experience here because, I'm involved.
Are you a big brother?
Not a big brother, but I'm involved in some youth groups. The Amazing Shake, which is a program the Australian version of it was sort of lifted from the United States. So it's a kind of thing to encourage, young people to develop skills and social skills and be more confident and stuff like that, especially kids from lower SES backgrounds. That's something I'm happy to be involved with. I mean, this is all through the kids, so I can't claim too much.
Just for it's about the kids.
It's not the kids. No, it's more like I was railroaded into it because my kids were participating. But the other one is, Police Citizens Youth Club. It's another kind of organization which lots of outdoorsy camps and stuff like that. And, like not so much the case of my kids, but most of the other kids that are part of it, there's a lot of big benefits there in terms of, I don't know, role models, and they're kind of pushing themselves and, developing confidence and positive pro-social stuff. So Scott Galloway strikes me as someone who might be personally involved in that kind of thing, being a big brother or being...
I think he's always talking about that he's mentoring several young men or whatever, but I think he's doing that like on his... It's not part of an official program. He's just
anyway. Scott Galloway seems to be. I don't know. He insists he might well be.
Matthew Continetti is my favorite daily pundit, and he's a National Review type of conservative. He's not a provocateur. He's not a populist. He's not MAGA. He's a boundary enforcer. He wouldn't, when he signed his book History of the American Right for Peter Brimlow, if I recall correctly, he wouldn't put any message. He wanted to keep a lot of distance between himself and Peter Brimlow. He is part of the post-Cold War Atlanticist pro-Israel institution respecting conservatism. He's operated in a priestly role. Right? He's not tried to win mass audience. He's there to discipline the conservative elite. He's married to a journalist of the Washington Free Beacon, Eliana Johnson, the editor there. So he's shifted from priest to watchman. He's there to govern the conservative movement and point out when people leave acceptable boundaries. So I respect Continetti because I think even though he's primarily performing boundary maintenance and elite stabilization for Conservatism Incorporated, I think he's pretty fair to dissidents. And that gives him credibility. He's careful, he's restrained. He doesn't attack conservatism. He just argues it and makes mistakes. So he's not trying to persuade the masses. He's not trying to excite a base. He's just trying to keep a particular National Review conservatism elite coalition alive across various political regime changes. So he's there to remind people what conservatism is supposed to look like. So he's boring in exactly the right way. He preserves continuity. He enforces memory. He keeps the doors open for restoration rather than replacement. So he is a curator of the respectable right, but he does it in a way that I think is pretty damn fair to dissidents.
Probably aren't being in Japan, and you're a busy man. You're a slack bastard, aren't you?
I'm a big brother to everyone, Matt. I'm a big brother to my students. I'm a big brother to people online.
What about Chris Williamson? Do you think he's involved in the local youth groups there, Chris?
Yeah. So Scott Galloway allowed himself a little comment there where he said, it's kind of funny that you don't know about this, and he there is making a comment that this is an important program, but it's not getting enough attention, right? But like in general, the thing that strikes me there is I know about the Big Brother program, and I know about similar programs in general. Like it's a obvious thing. There was a movie called About a Boy with Hugh Grant that came out in the early 2000s.
I never really understood that movie because I really think Hugh Grant had it all sorted at the beginning of the movie. His life was pretty much perfect as by my lights. And then, it made out like he had some big problem or something, and then he had to complicate things. I think he was doing pretty great.
Mate, you're assuming that people understand that films.
So Christopher Caldwell's one of my favorite writers, and he published a great book a few years ago called The Age of Entitlement. And here's the essence of the book, right? He reframed civil rights not as a story of moral triumph, but as regime change. It was the substitution of a new civil rights constitution for the former constitution. So he contested the legitimacy of the dominant civil rights complex.
So just since you give a critique of it, just to mention, it's like Hugh Grant pretends to be like involved in one of these programs in order to like pick up women, right? And then he actually ends up getting involved, and then, as you might imagine, the movie goes, he becomes, that he actually gets invested in the boy. And I think at the end he adopts him or whatever. But there's many films like this where this was like part of the plot, right?
Yeah.
Where
He doesn't adopt him, Chris.
Now, why is rights such a hard area for the right to compete on? Because rights are hard to trade away without appearing immoral. Rights allow institutions to sidestep politics and resolve matters through administrative or judicial fiat. Rights convert political disagreements into values about legitimacy and belonging.
He doesn't adopt him. No.
What's he do?
They're just friends. He's just friends.
Friends.
The upshot is he becomes friends with the mom, the whole family. He gets connections in his life.
So rights language was so powerful, it was so useful to the ruling elite that any critics were strongly discouraged. You don't get to negotiate rights. So the governing elite consensus was that rights is all about enforcement. And you had various institutions such as courts and agencies that gained disproportionate power because they occupied high-status roles in the ruling elite coalition, and their status was defended by their narrative control. It verges on the impossible to argue against rights. Anyone who argues against rights is immoral. Moral claims will override political, economic, and strategic claims. Then Christopher Caldwell comes along and he describes the civil rights industrial complex not as ideological, not as moral, but as a structural regime change, a reconfiguration of how elites rule. So as long as the left and the ruling elite can keep politics discussed in primarily moral terms about rights, right? Moral frameworks have higher alliance sorting than just instrumental ones. Opposition movements have to either translate into rights language or build alternative languages to compete. So the age of entitlement is not just about a policy change. It's about a realignment, a regime change. It explains a transition, not in epistemic terms, but in terms of who gets to rule, who gets to define reality, who gets to define authority, who gets to enforce morality, and who gets to command and punish.
I don't know. Maybe it's my academic personality. I think his life was pretty great to begin with. No connections, lots of peace and quiet, nice hi-fi system, lots of time for reading.
Do you know the George Clooney movie Up in the Air, where he's like flying around on a plane firing people?
Oh.
And he lives out of a suitcase. You probably like that too. You're probably like, I like it. He's great. Well, so look, the thing is, I'm just saying, they're in the cultural zeitgeist that these programs exist. I knew about them. I knew them in the backwaters of Belfast. We were aware that they existed. And it's just surprising to me that, like, if I had a podcast dedicated to men's issues and men's conversation about men, it is really surprising that you don't know the Big Brother program because, like, in all the hundreds and hundreds of episodes...
Hang on. To be fair to Chris Williamson, he didn't know about the Big Sister program.
No. He didn't know about the Big Sister or the Big Brother program.
Okay. All right.
So, but in both cases, man, it made me think, like, yeah, if you're worried about, like, men and role models and stuff, why wouldn't you, in the hundreds and hundreds of episodes with all the influencers and all the culture war people, why wouldn't you have had on, like, a guy talking about the Big Brother program or talking about, I don't know, like, men's volunteering services or whatever? It's just, it does speak to
how would we decode Ezra Klein? He posts these long conversations, and he essentially occupies the role of adjudicating what type of dissent from the ruling elite consensus is acceptable. So radical changes are translated into manageable categories. Right, he appears open, but he's loyal to the ruling power structure. His job is not to pursue truth, but is to maintain the elite interpretation authority. He takes expertise and turns it into a moral narrative. He'll absorb dissent without allowing it to endanger the ruling power structure, and he helps the ruling elite adapt without breaking.
The solutions are often like evil psych and culture war shit, as opposed to
it's bullshit basically compared to the people that are actually doing something. Like the guy that actually runs those programs that railroaded me into helping out, His name is Trevor Standfast. He was a primary school teacher in our local school and ran all of these things, continues to do so now he's retired. It takes an incredible amount of work. And, Trevor's never going to have a podcast giving advice to people. But, he's someone that's actually...
Maybe he should.
That's right. This is my point, right? And also my mum's ex-partner, who they basically worked in a school for disadvantaged kids that got thrown out of all normal schools, basically. A lot of indigenous kids and a lot of very poor kids. Basically kids with behavioral problems, the most difficult, in scare quotes, kids you can imagine in terms of managing. And they ran serious programs, right, to kind of lift these kids up. And when he died at his funeral, it was quite moving, right, because a lot of the kids from these poorer suburbs, and I'm talking the south side of Brisbane, places like Woodridge, Kingston, Beenleigh, and so on, kids who were now older and actually had done really well. And there was Indigenous performances, First Nations performances, what do you want to call it? Like, there was a lot of people speaking from the heart about how much this guy had helped them and made a real difference to their lives. Once again, he doesn't have a podcast. No one's going to be hearing from him. And I guess this is the thing that really, I don't know, just grinds my gears a little.
Right, so how should we understand the misinformation debate? It's not primarily about truth versus falsehood. It's about who gets to define reality, who gets to speak and be considered legitimate, and who is illegitimate. Like, who threatens the ruling power structure and who doesn't. Right? False statements are tolerated if they reinforce the ruling power structure, the ruling alliance. So fact checks don't persuade anyone because they're not about facts, they're not about belief. It's about signaling loyalty. Misinformation campaigners love the category of harm because harm is deliberately elastic. You can justify anything by claiming that you want to reduce harm. So if you have a harm framing, right, you get to shift your authority from evidence to moral guardianship.
But right, because these are just two examples who I happen to know, right?
Yeah.
But they're obviously everywhere. People listening will know people like this, and they're all over the world. People that have actually dedicated their.
So there'll never be a resolution of the misinformation debate, because that would require some kind of neutral arbiters of truth, and no such arbiter can exist in a pluralistic society. So as long as there are different hero systems and different coalitions competing for power over the coercive powers of government, reality will remain contested terrain. So the misinformation industrial complex are an interested, partisan, usually left of center group trying to ensure that the ruling power structure stays in place by imposing certain ways of understanding reality.
Lives to actually helping young people, including young boys in particular, who have a lot of behavioral problems. And, they don't have podcasts, they're not invited on podcasts, they're not made guests on things. Like, they're not here. And they're the people you should be listening to. I'm sorry. Chris Vinson's going to catch the stick because he's the one sitting here doing the thing. But, there's any number.
And what is the fight over racial profiling? It's another fight over reality, how the coercive powers of government should be used, who the state belongs to, right? Who bears the costs of law and order, right? And which coalition gets to define what is just and true in the real world.
Of people bloviating on the internet about these issues in the abstract, who have never done anything. They've never done a single thing in their life to actually action any of the issues that they're talking about.
Well, my general thing is I don't mind people sitting listening to these podcasts, but it's just, if your main issue, it would be like me, Matt, if I just complained constantly about the standards in academia and publication bias and studies aren't conducted well enough, and I didn't know about the Open Science Foundation. You'd be like, isn't that directly relevant to all this stuff? It would just be strange, right? It would be strange. So anyway, there's that. Now, in terms of takes, Matt, here's a take by Scott. We've heard quite a few takes from Chris and stuff. Here's a take by Scott. I wonder what you make of this. And this is following on from that part of the conversation.
You have a room of 100 people and there's alcohol. Almost all of the men at that moment would have sex with almost all the women. Most of the women would sleep with none of the men. They have a much finer filter. What happens over time? I hung out with him at church or temple.
So I've been highly promiscuous, but even when I've been in a promiscuous mode, there have been a lot of women, including attractive women, who I just didn't have sex with. They were hitting on me. I had the opportunity. They maybe even slept in my bed. But there's this myth that men are just always ready to go for sex. Not true.
And I really liked the way he treated his parents. I worked with him, and he was just so good at his job. We would meet up at after hour with friends for happy hour, and he was really funny. I liked the way he smelled. Men have to demonstrate excellence. Where are the venues or the third places now that men demonstrate excellence? They're not going into work, a lot of them, because of remote work.
And even if you were in work, there would be some policy against dating inside or a concern.
Don't be that guy.
Yeah.
And a third of relationships used to begin at work. And by the way, about 99.8% of them are consensual.
So what do you make of that take, Matt? You get a room of 100 men, you get them drunk, they'll sleep with anyone. They'll have sex.
Yeah.
Again, no, sorry. It's fact, Matt. You know, you go to a nightclub, you simply put alcohol in.
So when I was out there interviewing porn stars, a lot of people would laugh at me because various porn stars would try to arrange a hookup with me, and I just wasn't interested. And so even though I've been a slut, right, doesn't mean that I was just always ready to go and wanted to jump on everything hot. So how should we understand critical race theory? It offers a simple, total map of reality and society, and it sorts people into moral positions based on their group identity. So it solves a coordination problem for the ruling elite. It tells them who must be deferred to, who must apologize, who gets to speak, who must be managed. So critical race theory shows that you're a good person. It shows that you are virtuous because you are aligned with the moral arc of history. Critical race theory disciplines people by creating certain appropriate norms for speech and ways to punish, and it deflects blame by attributing failures to systems rather than people, and it is self-reinforcing.
Man just...
Well, in a nightclub, that's a different scenario. There might be more truth of it in a nightclub. I mean,
what's the smell thing? Are women saying like I like how men smell?
Yeah, I think smell's important. I think smell's important for everybody. Yeah.
Well, I guess it's important. It comes up a couple of times in this conversation where they reference like the woman saying, you know, I really liked how you smell.
Let me find some other good bits from this podcast.
Any attention from a man to a woman. 20% of Gen Z say that a man approaching a woman in person always or usually constitutes harassment. Men already had approach anxiety. What do you think the pickup artist movement was about? Like, what was it about? It was about overcoming approach anxiety, the single scariest thing that a man ever has to do, because rejection feels like fucking existential pain. This is the end of my genetic lineage.
So, you know, Matt, there's I just want to say a couple of things quickly. Like, first of all is, like, Chris talking about the pickup artist movement, and what was that about? What was that about? I would say, in general, that was about men.
So, what was the point of QAnon? Right, it wasn't primarily a belief system or a truth claim. It was a story. It was a coordination of the fragmented populist right. I know a lot of people who are into QAnon, and it just made their lives more exciting. So large numbers of people distrust America's institutions, but they did not have a shared map of who the bad guys are, who the good guys are. So QAnon comes along and supplies that map. So the efficacy, the use, the effectiveness as an organizing principle of the narrative did not depend on whether it was true or false. QAnon takes these diffuse grievances and it creates a disciplined in-group by offering a single total narrative. There's a hidden war. The good people are secretly aligned. The evil people are unified and omnipresent. Neutrality is impossible. And the more implausible the claim, right, the stronger the loyalty test. Right? Believing something self-evidently costly and ridiculous proves how committed you are. And rejecting it marks you as compromised or part of an outgroup. So it fused politics, religion, and entertainment. It borrowed from apocalyptic religion and provided meaning. It was exciting. It produced identity, purpose, and community in a low-trust environment. And it hardened an alliance, even when its predictions failed. It protected a coalition.
And who are feeling awkward in their own skin and want to get laid and looking for...
No, the two hosts here, the academics, Matt Kavanaugh and Matt Brown, Chris Kavanaugh. Chris Kavanaugh is the bloke with the Irish accent. Matt Brown's the Australian. They're both psychologists. Then the podcast that's being dissected is hosted by Chris Williamson, who's populist men's rights type, and the guest is Scott Galloway, who's a left-of-center guru.
So it's in the wrong place. But Chris talks about it like everybody was into the pickup movement at one point. And no, it's a very specific niche set of men who were into pickup artistry. Right?
Yes.
It's not a universal experience that everybody went through a pickup artist phase. And then on top of that, those videos that he's talking about on Instagram or TikTok or whatever, I seen one of them that he's referencing. I actually went and found it, right? But that one was very clearly rage bait. It was set up explicitly to appeal to those narratives. And
does Chris Williamson not know how Instagram works? Like how
I know.
Like that is like if you take some bit of clickbait on Instagram and go, well, this is my barometer for how society works now. Like women in New York, when they want to meet a guy, what they're doing is, especially if they're big naturals, to use his phrase.
As he kept mentioning.
They go around without a bra and wander around Central Park waiting for men to approach them. This is how it works.
And nobody
in New York.
will.
Like, does he really think that's how it works in New York City now?
But also, Matt, just looking at the endless amount of nightclub fight videos that are pasted on Twitter and whatnot as well, it looks to me like people are approaching each other and making out.
So does the Chris Williamson character, does he sound like Stefan Molyneux? Well, they share a men's rights grievance narrative. So what is the purpose of all this talk about how our democracy is at risk? So it's not about telling the truth. It's not a diagnosis. It is an alliance alarm, right? It is a high-status moral signal used by elites to coordinate resistance to a perceived enemy. So Trump is not a bad politician. He is illegitimate, right? He refuses to follow the rules that hold the elite coalition together. What are those rules? Right? Accepting electoral loss without mobilizing distrust. Deference to bureaucracies. Respect for the media as a legitimate arbiter of reality. Non-retaliation against rival elites, and predictable foreign policy and security alignments. So Trump violated all of these. So democracy becomes a proxy word. It really means elite coordination capacity. So when elites say democracy is at risk, they're saying that their ability to rule and to govern is breaking down. So why is the rhetoric, democracy at risk? Trump is a fascist. Why is it so intense? Because Trump has mobilized a mass public that bypasses the elite. He treats institutions frequently as hostile factions, not as neutral referees. He rewards personal loyalty over having the right credentials. And he threatens to punish his enemies. So the ruling elite face real losses in power, prestige, insulation, income, status. So they will escalate their moral claims when the threats rise to their status and income. Now, Trump has demonstrated that an outsider coalition can win, can govern, and can survive scandal without elite blessing. This is destabilizing. This is unprecedented. It teaches other people that this playbook works. So why does fascist get thrown around so much? Why does authoritarian get used so much? Because it compresses all these elite fears into one word. Fascist, authoritarian. They fear they've lost narrative control. They've lost the procedural choke points. They've lost moral authority. So calling the opposition fascist or authoritarian allows them to avoid having to admit that there has been a redistribution of power. So simply pointing out that courts still function, that elections still occur, that doesn't change these dramatic moralized arguments. So you have an alliance crisis where elite power feels endangered.
Right, and making bad decisions about clothes to wear and stuff. And like, I just don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. That now, women can walk around and nobody's going to pay them a compliment. Nobody's going to pay them any attention.
So why is the voice, the inflection, the tone, the attitude so similar between Chris Williamson and Sapphire Molyneux, but virtually all the grievance mongers and hate porn producers throughout the right, the campy grievance attitude is just so common on the right.
Attention if they dressed up and wandered around like flaunting themselves. Everybody, all men are too afraid. Like, shut up. That is not true. It's Chris taking that TikTok, Instagram rage bait video as indicative that, like, oh, now men don't approach women at all and stuff. And you're like, no, that is designed to, like, provoke you to feel like that. And it's just that he doesn't seem to factor in that this is algorithmically fed to him.
This is why I keep citing my personal experience, even though I know all of the problems with the anecdotal evidence and the cultural specificity of Bundaberg, as you call it, and Brisbane and so on. But I mean, it is like, it may be non-representative, but it's far more representative than some bullshit viral thing on Instagram, right? Like I've spent a lot of time in the United States, I've spent a lot of time in other countries, including Japan, and I know that actually, there's lots of little quirks, but basically, lots of things are pretty similar everywhere. And so it's just the kind of reality check.
I'm just going to point out, because I can already hear the emails flooding in. I know that the rates of, like, lack of sex and stuff in Japan, I understand this, okay? That's not my position is not, nothing has changed. There's no things. I am saying just that the notion that no man is approaching a woman anymore because of, like, Me Too and stuff. No, that's not it. And the sexist stuff and all that kind of thing is a lot more to do with norms around work and bigger issues, right? The contraceptives, being the number one killer of large families. But yeah.
Okay, all right. Anyway, so what did Scott Galloway have to say to that, or did they move on?
Something rather moderate.
There was a little bit of, I think sometimes, women feeling like they could grab virtue by being victims. I think some of the claims were a little bit over the top. However, that was the minority. The majority of the claims were simple. It was powerful men who had been for too long told that they could do or say anything with no repercussions.
Just to clarify, I think Me Too was an important redress to precisely that problem. I think that it was necessary, but it sought to sanitize the toxic elements of male behavior.
Yeah.
And instead it just sterilized all.
So what was the real essence of the gay marriage debate? Right? It was a debate over reality. It wasn't primarily a moral awakening or triumph of argument. It was a large-scale elite realignment over who gets to define reality, who gets to define family, and who belongs at the center of American power. So when it was shifted to a debate over rights, dissent was no longer allowed. Right? That made you a bad person. It was no longer a contested moral issue. It became a loyalty test. So same-sex marriage advanced first among the professional managerial class. Then courts, universities, corporate HR departments, media, and credentialing institutions moved years ahead of mass opinion. This was an intra-elite coordination. Elites share institutions, norms, and reputations. So a critical number of elite actors aligned around same-sex marriage. So dissent marked you as no longer a member of the elite. And any opposition was reframed as bigotry. It was morally delegitimate. You were no longer just a trad, you were hateful. So that prevents defection. If opposition is morally neutral, then elite unity would fracture. But the moralization of the issue stabilizes the elite ruling coalition by making exit socially expensive. Courts are controlled by elites. There's very little accountability to mass opinion. So when elite consensus diverges from mass opinion, courts become the preferred vehicle. So judicial decisions impose these new moral norms without requiring mass persuasion. It's not a conspiracy. This is how elites protect their interests, even when the democratic majority lags behind. There was a fight over who gets to control moral reality, what counts as normal, what opinions are okay. It's not about love, it's not about rights, it's about consolidating an elite alliance, consolidating elite authority, and consolidating who has the power to define reality, to define what is normal, to define the family in a post-traditional society.
So what's happened is the following. So the question is, how did we deal with it? And my view is the following. I've started several companies. I've been to 8 weddings of people who met at my work, right? So the idea that they both were exactly the same amount of attractive to each other and their lawyers met in the lobby and negotiated a coffee, people figure it out. And if you don't know the difference between harassing somebody and expressing interest while making them feel safe, you got bigger problems. But my attitude was, we used to have socials and we'd have alcohol. And the HR person, whenever I hear an HR person saying we've got to discourage relationships at work, it's almost someone who's already found their spouse.
Yeah, I'm actually, on that last point, I'm totally on board with it. I think there's far too much prudery around corporate HR and all of that bullshit. I think there should be alcohol at work and, socials and things like that. Yeah, but that's a minor point.
No, that is like a point that a lot of people have argued, right? Like
I read a thoughtful book a few months ago, Why Religion Went Obsolete, The Demise of Traditional Faith in America, is by a sociologist at Notre Dame University and a Christian. And the book's central argument is that the social function of religion has declined dramatically. And religion's structural role in holding society together has eroded. It wasn't that people became smarter or more educated. So religion was a primary way that society is held together because it defined who belongs in the group. It provided a shared moral language that coordinated behavior, what is taboo, what is sacred, what is pure, what is duty. It was a trusted referee when personal loyalty networks were simply limited to kin and neighborhood. It created mutual obligations that bound the elite and the masses together via shared rituals and shared moral norms. It wasn't just belief in supernatural powers. It was a coalition coordination devices. It managed social trust, reciprocity, and hierarchy. So when the book asks why religion declined, it's really asking, why did religion lose its value as a social alliance technology? And the book says religion became obsolete when other institutions took over its coordination functions and did them better. So you had state bureaucracies started refereeing disputes. Markets and professions took over the credentialing of expertise. Science and technology provided more convincing explanations of reality. And secular moral frameworks took over social legitimacy. Now, when there is relatively low social trust and social cohesion, then you have a much greater need for religion. So compared to every other advanced economy of which I'm aware, the United States of America has much lower social trust, much lower social cohesion, and therefore much more need for religion, much more need for something to incentivize cooperation among strangers. So large, diverse societies need institutions that are widely trusted. America's institutions are no longer widely trusted. So people need religion. So when institutions are trusted, religiosity drops dramatically. It's not because people become less spiritual. It's that religion is no longer the best available currency. So secularization is not so much a loss of belief. It is a retooling of alliance structures where identities shift from religious to civic, to the nation, to the profession, to the ideology. Rituals become secularized. They move from holy days to civic parades. Moral enforcement moves from religious authority to the rules of institutions. These changes can keep society coordinated. Religion becomes obsolete when its currency is replaced by another currency.
Ed Slingerland, Mickey, and it's like, in general, Matt, they're men of our generation who enjoyed drinking. And I think it's worth noting that, like, in general, Gen Z, right, the current generation, they just don't drink as much anymore.
No, and yet they somehow managed to hook up just without alcohol. Amazing. It blows my Gen X mind that that's even possible. But
I know.
I mean, more power to them. It's healthy, I guess.
So it is harder to hook up without alcohol, because when I don't drink, then the woman I'm on a date with doesn't feel comfortable drinking. So it does make hooking up a little more challenging. So whenever you hear about religion in the news, religion almost always looks terrible. And so when the news and elites discuss religion, is usually presented as a clash between science and superstition, between fundamentalism and liberalism. But perhaps a more even-handed understanding of the secular versus religious is one side tries to keep religion as the central alliance identity because it anchors a moral coalition of family, tradition, and community. Then the other side tries to replace religious morality with institutional morality, human rights, civil rights, laws, professional norms to sustain a larger, more inclusive, more diverse coalition. So it may appear to be primarily a conflict over belief in God or no belief in God, but from a social perspective, from an alliance perspective, it's which type of alliance better provides social coordination and status hierarchies. So religion doesn't die when it loses its social function. It just becomes a more contested battlefield, but it still retains symbolic alliance value. So saying that I am secular signals that you are aligned with the elite coalition norms of science and universalism and rationality. If you declare I am religious, signals that you're aligned with a particularist coalition of community, tradition, and a bounded moral order. So we all use language strategically. So disagreements about religion in public life are not usually about theology. They're about who is morally legitimate and whose coalition should have status. So religion became less central, not necessarily because humans lost belief, but because religion lost exclusive value as a coordinating mechanism in society where other institutions performed that function more effectively. So religion retains value when institutions are weak or contested or distrusted, such as in America. When institutions take over social coordination, religious identity declines. So religion does not go obsolete so much as it is displaced by other ways of organizing and describing life, right and wrong.
Yes, it's a positive change. But the other thing I'll say too is that there is and I think this is totally in line with Scott Galloway's point there. And Chris Williamson, to his credit, was not against.
He's not. He does the disclaimer.
And again, this is a bit of a personal revelation as well. But in my family, there have been women connected to me who have been actually targeted in terms of predatory older men, not that much older, but.
So I wrote a ton for years about sexual abuse claims, particularly within Orthodox Judaism, and it was so exhausting. It was so volatile and dangerous because you could ruin the life of an innocent person. On the other hand, if you just sat back and did no investigation of claims, you were perhaps complicit in allowing predators to run free. And most of the people making abuse claims were just so deeply damaged. Wow, that was the most tiring, exhausting type of story that I've covered.
Have targeted them with the view to exploitation, and it came close to calling the police type thing, but it was sorted out in other means. So it still happens, right? This is after Me Too, right? Yeah. So I guess my point here is that lots of things are true at the same time. There is predatory stuff going on, and it's not gone. It's still happening. There are probably insecure guys who are worried about seeming creepy in various situations. I'm sure that's true. Everything I said about the normal, healthy stuff is still going on. And young people are still finding ways to meet up in perfectly innocuous and healthy ways. That's going on too. I mean, it's all happening. So the only thing that I would actually push back on is just having this blinkered, cartoonish, kind of one-size-fits-all, right? Like this sort of sweep your...
I'm a big fan of this Decoding the Guru's analysis. I think they're doing an excellent job. So have you heard of Christopher Lasch? He died in 1994, and he's best known for two books, The Culture of Narcissism and The Revolt of the Elites and the Betrayal of Democracy. So I wanted to apply alliance theory to understand Christopher Lasch, not so much as some kind of cranky cultural critic, not some kind of nostalgic moralist, but he was a very keen diagnostician of a failed elite alliance, and he was a prophet of its downstream pathologies. So his core insight was into the ruling elite alliance. Right? He saw that after World War II, that the American elite had quietly withdrawn from reciprocal obligation to the mass public while retaining authority over the mass public. So the elites had replaced solidarity with management. They had replaced a sense of shared fate with expertise. They had replaced leadership with therapy. He described an elite coalition that has stopped feeling part of the people it governed. And then the culture of narcissism was a result of what happens when the elite exit. So when individuals are cut loose from tradition and durable alliances and community, they still need status. So when institutions stop offering them meaning, honor, continuity, people must pursue validation through performance, through visibility, through grievance. Right? This is all downstream damage from the elite abandonment of the American people. So the professional managerial class severed its alliance with local institutions, with religion, with family, community, national loyalty, but it kept its gatekeeping power. So it created a population trained to seek affirmation that didn't belong. So every stable coalition needs a shared moral language that binds the elites and the masses. And the elites and the masses in the United States became disconnected. And the elites tried to manage the masses with therapy and safety and harm reduction. They tried to moralize the vulnerability of people disconnected from tradition and community and family. They tried to disarm competing moral and political claims by framing them as pathology. So they created this therapeutic society where any challenge to elite rule is pathologized as evidence of damage rather than disagreement. So in his final book published after his death, The Revolt of the Elites, Christopher Lasch argued elites no longer saw themselves as sharing a fate with the nation that they governed. The elites were mobile, global, credentialed, and insulated. They governed through all sorts of institutions and mechanisms that they were not vulnerable to. So the elites decoupled materially, socially from the mass public who they governed. They stopped investing in legitimacy. They started relying on enforcement. Enforcement would be bureaucratic, moral, legal, cultural, and it kept increasing. People will accept hierarchy if the elite pay a price to belong, if the elite are bound to the people. People will revolt when elites moralize difference, when elites moralize challenge, when elites moralize downward and insulate upward. And Christopher Lasch missed how durable elite coordination could be with its tools of moralization and institutionalization. He thought that democratic culture would reassert itself. So he didn't see how effectively the elite could keep governing through moral credentialing, administrative law, and cultural gatekeeping without popular consent. So Christopher Lasch diagnosed the illness accurately, that he overestimated the immune system. So Christopher Lasch saw a society cannot survive when its elites demand loyalty but refuse solidarity. A ruling class that does not share a fate with the people it governs must replace consent with control. And this replacement produces narcissism, resentment, and eventually revolt, populist nationalism, Donald Trump. So Christopher Lasch saw this dramatic break between the ruling elite and the people they governed.
Hand and say, like, it's all like this. It's all very simple. And, this is not. Like, it's a big, complex mess, just like it's always been. Talking about human behavior, culture, sociology, and, my God, human sexual preferences. So, there's no way it's not going to be a mess.
Yeah. I think the thing that I appreciate is just like the kind of notion that he takes that, yes, people still meet and get married, right? Like it does happen. And actually, despite the dominant narrative about Me Too in these spaces being that it overreached and it harms society and stuff, Scott Galloway there kind of reframing, like, yes, look, there was cases where I think it went too far, but overall, it was necessary, and it was the majority of cases were valid. And it's just that energy where he's constantly moderating.
He's moderating, so we have to give him points for that, I think. You can quibble with him and have a different opinion. That's fine. But I think you can't accuse him of having an unreasonable or painting a simple picture. It's mainly, I'm sorry, it's Chris Williamson, I think, who always seems to be reaching for that. But yes.
The grievance.
Yeah, just the grievance. Like, it's all, what fresh new hell, it's all terrible and it's all unfair and we should all feel very aggrieved. I mean, Scott Galloway isn't leaning into that.
No. Well, Matt, this next set of clips, it might be the part that I disliked the most on Scott Galloway's behalf. So let's see what we feel about him after these clips.
I say jokingly, semi-jokingly, that any man under the age of 30 should be able to walk into any room and know if shit got real, they could kill and eat everybody or outrun them. You should be really strong and really fast. Like, as someone who just turned 60 and has been working out my whole life, I just marvel and miss that young, ripped, really strong, really fast dude.
And you could recover from workouts within hours and do it again.
You know what? It just felt great to be able to bang out 25 strict pull-ups. It just felt fucking awesome to feel like if a fight broke out at a bar.
So elites retain power through their ability to define reality, to define right and wrong, and to claim that they are objective and neutral and that they have the necessary expertise that an advanced economy needs. So it's not because the elites are necessarily smarter, but they have a stranglehold on the distribution of power. They have authority over what counts as knowledge. They have credentials to filter out who gets to speak in the public square. So we have all these various expert claims that essentially colonize power by turning messy political choices into neutral technical necessities that must be decided by objective expertise. So elites have been very successful framing their partisan advantages, their opinions as science, truth, consensus. They created a boundary that delegitimizes anyone outside their class, anyone who does not speak their particular jargon. So the elites love the notion that the masses are just gullible. So then they get to pathologize dissent by claiming the masses are stupid, ignorant, misinformed, gullible. And they get to frame their preferred policies as scientific. They get to convert political and morality-based conflicts, such as dignity versus economic efficiency, into a technical problem that should be resolved by disinterested expertise. They get to operate behind closed doors of expert committees. They get to avoid public bargaining and accountability because the facts left them with no choice. Now, their power and expertise is fragile, and it requires constant legitimation. And you constantly see expert alliances failing, so they then retreat into their second line of defense, culture. Right? They avoid public execution of specific allies to preserve their ruling coalition. So the modern state is not governed by science or by truth, but by an alliance of elites, of clerks and specialists who bore, B-O-R-E, their way into the shell of traditional democracy to exercise effective power. They define rationality and truth and science in a way that favors their group. Their arguments about truth and knowledge and reality are usually not about truth, knowledge, and reality. They're usually about who gets to speak and who gets authority, who must defer, and who gets to govern. Who gets to control the coercive powers of the state. Their expertise is not just about superior knowledge. It's about who has certified this knowledge, who has issued the credentials, who is insulated, whose opinion must be enforced through bureaucratic, legal, and professional structures. So expertise stabilizes the elite ruling coalition because it narrows who gets to speak, who counts, and who doesn't. So there's always a permanent mismatch in the modern state between truth and knowledge and authority. So the ruling class has created all these expert institutions that take their expert claims and makes them binding public policy. And when they do this, they always serve one group over another group. And if you challenge these claims of expertise, it's not a technical disagreement. It shows that you are anti-science, anti-truth. So all these disputes over science, economics, public health, education quickly turn into a moral conflict because you're not disputing a fact. You're signaling defiance. So science will be broadly trusted when it works, not just because elites are trying to apply it coercively top-down to their own advantage. So when the scientific claims of the elites don't turn out so well, then elite power is significantly reduced and challenges and populist nationalism rises. So claims of expertise and neutrality fail when the elite way of doing things is a disaster.
I could step in between the two and have the physical presence to de-escalate. That made me feel really masculine. And if you think about the most masculine jobs in the world, cop, fireman, military, at the end of the day, what they do is they protect.
What do you think about?
So debates over science and truth and public health and economics and free trade and education and misinformation, they're not really about truth and what they say they are. They're really about a coordination. Who gets to rule? Who gets to have their hand on the coercive powers of government? Who is served and who is gored?
Like that, Tikma. I know you were often. I've been in a bar with you, and I saw you just sizing everyone up, checking. If they attack Chris, could I defend them? Could I take this guy out?
I mean, the interesting thing about that claim is that if there are two men who are about to fight and you can physically dominate both of them, right? Then that's something that only 1/3 of men could potentially.
No, man, everyone needs to do it.
Because that's like saying everyone needs to be.
Everyone needs to be the best. That's not. Yeah. I know the logic.
It's like saying everyone should aspire to being above median intelligence.
I know. It did strike me as that because I'm like, well, who are the people? Who are you talking to are the ones that get dominated in this encounter, right? Because presumably they're also in the audience here.
I think the answer is people like me.
Yeah.
Not that I would be sizing someone up in a bar for a fight. I mean, there's a lot of this talk, Chris, and none of it gels with me in terms of my life experience. Like, I don't think I'm a particularly
non-masculine guy,
effeminate, girly boy.
I don't know.
Oh, maybe a little bit. There's a little bit. You know, you mistake me being debonair. You mistake that.
Yeah, that's right.
Being effeminate. I'm just debonair.
Debonair, yeah, you're just cosmopolitan. But yeah.
So let's decode the Southern Poverty Law Center. So it presents itself as a civil rights group, but what it really does is categorize reality and categorize what is moral, what is acceptable, what is unacceptable, what is hate, extremism, and bigotry, right? Who is inside and who is outside the acceptable political coalition. So the Southern Poverty Law Center maps any threats to the ruling power structure. And then it presents all these moral categories as boundaries so that people get fired and people get punished if they don't fit within the hero system of the Southern Poverty Law Center.
Cosmopolitan.
The thing that struck me was, I mean, Scott Galloway is quite tall and might be muscular. Like in my image of him, he's not this hulking, imposing figure, but maybe he is. Maybe he was in a past life, or maybe he still is.
He was, Chris, and it felt great. It felt great.
Yeah, like the bit that got me a little bit about this is he sounds like a big dude or a tall dude or something, right? From other descriptions I've gathered. But this is sort of short man. syndrome. You know, like, isn't this what people like myself, who are 5'9", are supposed to? Like,
I was going to say, you wouldn't know what it's like to be a tall man, Chris, but it feels pretty good.
It feels pretty good. Aren't I the one that's supposed to be like trying to compensate for my 5'9"ery? Because I don't know. It just like the notion that yes, it's good and people like to imagine.
So why did we have an explosion in extremism studies after 2015? Right, extremism studies at universities claim to analyze radicalization, misinformation, polarization, political violence. In their social function, however, they are primarily an elite self-defense field. Right, their core purpose is not to understand dissent from the ruling elite, but to identify, label, and neutralize any rival political coalition before that coalition can gain institutional power. So when ruling elite coalitions feel threatened, but they don't have public support to suppress opposition directly, they outsource the work to credentialed expertise. So you get extremism studies. So in 2015, you had a growth of populist nationalism around the developed world. And so elites responded to this by reframing political disagreements and moral disagreements as sickness, pathology. And extremism studies provided the language to do that. So disagreement became radicalization. People were not reasoning agents responding to incentives and interests. They were exposed. They were drawn in. They were groomed. They fell into pipelines. They went down rabbit holes. They wanted to strip dissenters of any agency. So once agency is removed, punishment feels justified. So if people are not gullible by default, then these radicalization models don't work. So extremism studies must contend that people are just gullible with regard to their vital interests, even if that goes against the evidence. So extremism research obsessively maps networks, memes, forums, influences. Doesn't study trade-offs, government failures, elite incentives. So studying policy failures would implicate the ruling elite. Studying networks is a way to target outsiders and dissenters. They get to perform surveillance. They get to identify who is talking to whom, not whether what they are saying is true. And they will primarily focus on right-wing extremism, not because it's only the right that produces extremism. It's because extremism studies defines extremism as defection from the ruling elite moral order. The left-wing extremism pressures institutions from the inside. Right-wing populism challenges elite rule. So the far right is an existential danger. Right? The left is just overreach, grievance. So extremism studies keeps its definitions of extremism quite vague, so that they can more easily just go after any enemies to the ruling elite. So a vague category can be expanded when needed or retracted when inconvenient. It's a discretionary weapon. So extremism studies give universities three things that they love: moral righteousness, grant funding tied to national security, and justification for internal discipline of students and faculty. So universities can present themselves as neutral, truth-seeking institutions while actively policing ideological, political, and moral boundaries. And anyone who questions the premises of extremism studies is obviously a bad person. They're not just wrong. They're not just misguided. They are suspect. They are sick. Any challenge to the classification system of extremism studies threatens the ruling elite. So critics must be framed as enablers, apologists, sickos, gateway figures, losers. So extremism studies doesn't debate openly. It issues reports, doesn't predict very effectively. It deliberately misunderstands what drives populist nationalism. It treats populist nationalism as an infection rather than a coordination. Doesn't see alliances forming around concrete interests, morality, dignity, or common fate. Extremism studies keeps getting surprised. It's not a neutral social science. It's an elite alliance maintenance apparatus presenting itself as scholarship. It doesn't ask, why do people believe this? Instead, it asks, how do we stop these dissidents from gaining power? So Extremism studies are primarily a strategic tool for elite coordination.
Themselves being, John McClane or whoever, like, you wouldn't like me when I'm angry, right? Like, and beating up the police in the canteen or whatever. Sure. Like, I guess that this is a common, representation. People like it. But it's just like, it's weird to hear it from 50-year-olds.
Yeah, like, well, he's significantly older than that, and he's a university professor, and he's like me in many respects, I think. And it is weird. I mean, it just doesn't gel with me either. Like, okay, let me put it like this, right? The last time there was ever any actual fighting going on, I was in high school or younger, maybe primary.
You were running away.
I would run away. That's right. That's because that's a smart thing to do. But like, it just doesn't come up. Like, I have dealt with, the occasional aggro situation, and always the correct response if you're dealing with a aggro weirdo in public, right, is to de-escalate, be calm and authoritative, and exit the situation. It's not to be like a Marine sergeant and get up all in their face, whatever. Like that's never the right idea, right?
It's not the right idea in a country where people are armed with guns.
It's not the right idea in Australia either. Like, it really is.
Or knives. Yeah, and look, the bit that this reminds me of is, this is something I hear all the time. I mean, you've heard it too, Matt, and people who it's surprising to hear it come from. Because remember Eric Weinstein was talking about this, like how he gets in fights or he's had tussles with his male friends, but afterwards, after they brawl, they're able to feel closer together and stuff.
So let's decode the Anti-Defamation League. So the ADL says its mission is to stop the defamation of the Jewish people and secure justice and fair treatment for all. In reality, it's an institution that wants to police public speech and decree what is acceptable and what is not acceptable to say publicly. What is delegitimizing rhetoric? What is exclusionary threat? The ADL wants to name and categorize threats such as anti-Semitism and hate speech and use moral and institutional language. The ADL wants to determine what type of public speech and behavior is acceptable. The ADL wants to legitimate the ruling elite as the very guardians of everything that is decent and civil. They want to delegitimate populist nationalists as beyond the pale, extremist, hate-based, disqualifying, sickos. The ADL wants to be the moral referee of the ruling public discourse. They want to manage the ruling elite alliance. They want to determine and decree who are the enemies, who are the good guys, what is right and wrong, who is outside the coalition and who is inside the coalition. So elites need these moral categories to enforce boundaries when there is a threat to their power, when we have a rising new nationalist populist coalition, when you have conservatives and nationalists criticizing immigration. Well, you need the ADL to come in and say this is xenophobic. We need the ADL to say what is legitimate and what is illegitimate criticism of Israel.
You're like, Eric? Right? Like, and I mean, there is this thing that whenever you spend time around the manosphere, they're often talking about like the ability to physically protect themselves, and none of them are doing that, right? They're not UFC fighters. They're not like people that are out there like, fist fighting people off.
No, I think the vast majority of people don't do it. And the people who do it are, are not functional, right? Like the people who are getting into fights or, like if you're responding to aggression with aggression back from a rando in public, that's almost always the wrong decision unless, right? Like
I know.
Like, have you ever, for you personally, Chris, as an adult, right? And once you were an adult, not at school,
what's
or
an
something
adult?
Like that, 20 or something, right? I don't know, let's say 20, right?
Okay.
Like, do you think there was a situation which did call for not you being stupid and making a big mistake?
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah. So we're excluding it. We're excluding a broad.
So let's decode Brandy Zadrozny of NBC News. She's not primarily an investigative reporter. She is a narrative enforcement specialist. Right. Her job is not to discover truth. It is to map, to stigmatize, and to neutralize dissidents before they can cohere into a real threat to the ruling elite. So she reports on extremism, conspiracy theories, and online movements, but she is primarily there to preempt delegitimation of the ruling elite. She identifies people, clusters, groups, traces their associations, and frames dissidents to the ruling elite as dangerous, irrational, and morally tainted. So, in a time of elite anxiety right now, journalism must shift from gathering information and truth to maintaining moral boundaries. So Brandy Zadrozny at NBC News, she helps to decide what is legitimate discourse and what is not. So her pieces follow the same structure. She identifies some loosely connected dissident group. She highlights its most grotesque and unstable members. She implies that there is ideological contagion across this network, and she ends with warnings about threats, radicalization, and violence. So she is practitioner of the ruling elite alliance hygiene. She wants to train institutions, advertisers, platforms, and audiences to recognize that dissidents are untouchable. She focuses on people, not on arguments. She doesn't engage with ideas. She profiles dissident individuals, chat logs, memes, Telegram channels, Discord servers. She doesn't attack arguments because that invites counter-arguments. But she attacks people to collapse their credibility. So once someone is framed as a figure in the extremist ecosystem, nothing they say needs to be addressed on the merits. That's why her targets complain of guilt by association. That is the point. Media organizations want moral clarity to reassure their audience and funders. Tech platforms want justification for their moderation and bans. Political elites want to treat any opposition to their power as pathology. And she supplies all three of these needs at once. She does not need to coordinate explicitly with these actors. They just share incentives. So people targeted by Brandy Zadrozny feel hunted, not debated, because they are being marked out as socially radioactive. And then the secondary punishments follow automatically. Deplatforming, loss of employment, social ostracism, people distancing themselves. So her subjects usually spiral and radicalize further. She has pushed them out of polite society, and so they have to find a new home. So her factual errors, her exaggerations, her selective framing, that doesn't damage her, because what she's reporting, what she's primarily doing, is not about truth. It's about who is moral and immoral, who should be allowed to speak, who should be believed, who should be avoided, who should be treated as a threat. So her stories help our dominant institutions and our ruling elite coalition coordinate against perceived enemies. Precision and facts and accuracy is secondary. Her tone is the mechanism. She writes with great moral confidence, but emotional restraint. She never sounds hysterical. She sounds concerned, reasonable, maternal, civic-minded. She operates with high-status moral signaling. She reassures her audience. Situation is under control, and the experts are handling it. And the people that she writes about are frantic, obsessive, unhinged, dangerous. She's valuable because she translates the chaos of reality into moral categories that institutions can act on. She reduces moral uncertainty. She names the bad guys. She tells elites where to draw the line. She's not some kind of neutral chronicler of extremism. She works for the ruling elite.
But a broad category of your behavior. But like it's not a necessary thing. It's not an advisable thing to do, right?
Yeah, it hasn't come up. But like, I'm glad you added in. Because there are things which I'm encountered with, they're mostly my fault and associated with alcohol, right? But they weren't good. Like, they weren't good.
No.
In that respect. But look, though, Matt, to add to his defense here, isn't he more talking about, like, rather than actually doing it, just the imagination? Because he's dealing with the fact that, like, he's talking about, becoming weaker and older.
Yeah, I mean, so that's a slightly different thing, I guess, isn't it? But, if you're talking about imagining yourself...
sizing up everyone in the bar
people and being the biggest, toughest guy in the bar, then, well, I guess that if that brings you pleasure, I can understand that. But it's still... It's not a necessary or laudable thing. I mean, the bit about it that makes sense is it feels good to be fit, right? As you know, I'm very proud of myself. I've been swimming a lot. I've been swimming 1.5 to 2 kilometers 4 times a week for the last few months, and I feel an awful lot better for it. It certainly is not going to help me confront men in bars, but it's definitely going to make me feel better.
Yeah, if there's a flash
day.
flood, you can.
That's right. That's right. I can outrun the sharks. But so it feels good to obviously be fit and healthy. But that's not what they're talking about, right? It's some sort of thing that I think is in the realm of fantasy and movies. I think that is what we're talking about.
Yeah, and it comes up a lot. So like I think, dare I say, Matt, it's more of an issue for people that feel that they have to like performatively display their masculinity than people that are particular. It's that general thing about if you're constantly thinking about all the people that you can fight when you go into a bar, you're not like focused on the right thing. But there's another take which kind of illustrates the same way of thinking, and I think this is like I said, this is when Scott is being bad when he falls into this kind of thinking. So listen to this. This is not all terrible advice, but maybe you'll see what got my goat, so to speak.
Express friendship with men more impressive than you. Probably the most important thing for a young man is to surround yourself with, at least in the short term, men who you perceive as being higher character and more successul than you. You know that whole thing. You are the average of your 5 closest friends, so try and manicure your
I think
friends.
You're the average of the 5 podcasts you listen to the most. But
that's it?
Yeah.
That's where you are?
Yeah.
But take risks. Go up. They did a study on kids in high school. Who are the most popular? It's not the best looking. It's not the best athletes. It's the kids who like the most other people. The kid who says, Bob, great job at the football game, and is comfortable saying that. Lisa, what a great outfit, and congrats on killing it on the math test.
Sounds like agency is a lot, sort of intentionality, leaning in, making it happen.
Being confident, being super nice, being, really liking others. So when I think of friends, like expressing friendship, the first thing when I'm coaching these young men, I don't tell them to go up to the hottest woman in the writing class and ask her out. I say, find a dude that you think's kind of cool and has his shit together and see if he wants to grab a beer or something. Because first off, it'll really help you romantically.
So Andrew Marantz writes for the New Yorker. He writes about the internet and extremism on the internet. And he is expert at taking elite moral panic about the rise of populism and nationalism and creating a calming, soothing story that preserves elite legitimacy and power. And his work turns political defection, populism, nationalism into character pathology and a moral emergency. So elites are losing narrative control, but they still control institutions. So they need interpreters who can explain why any dissent from the elite consensus is dangerous, without ever conceding that dissent might sometimes be rational. That's why he focuses on personalities, not arguments or interests. He centers on individuals. He can call them trolls, influencers, streamers, provocateurs. He doesn't center on trade, class displacement, institutional failure, elite incentive structures. Right? Elites prefer to pathologize their critics and competitors. Right? If anyone who dissents from the ruling elite consensus is bad, then no one has to consider their arguments. So Andrew Marantz provides moral hygiene. He frames extremism as pathology. Right? People fall into extremism the way that people fall into cults. Slowly, emotionally, manipulatively. So he removes agency from anyone who dissents. He absolves elites and institutions of responsibility for problems, and he justifies paternalistic intervention by elites to limit speech. Now, if people are not inherently gullible with regard to their vital interests, if people are selectively skeptical, then Andrew Marantz's entire radicalization story collapses. So any skepticism towards institutions is a symptom of a sick mind. So his audience is the anxious liberal. He writes for elites who fear losing cultural dominance and who still believe in liberal norms. And he's there to provide reassurance. You're not wrong. You're not out of touch. The problem is there's just way too much free speech out there.
Best move on a date is to have a first date. Have a coffee, maybe solo. But if you the highest target-rich success environment is if you can get a group of friends together that are very impressive and invite a romantic interest. And if she sees you have impressive friends, right, she's going to be into you.
Pre-selection.
You're
especially if there's a girl or two in there as well.
Yeah, like a cool posse there is no bigger turn on for someone than look at who this guy rolls with. They're fun, nice people, and they're successful and they're high character.
I think the nice point is a really interesting one.
Yeah. So which part of that did you like, and which part of it did you not like, Chris?
I don't mind the part which is, giving people advice to try and hang around with people that they respect and that are nice. Right? Like I often find with podcast advice, like, it's so fucking banal. Right? Don't hang around with terrible, hardened criminals that are, bad people. Don't go hang around with Andrew Tate. But some people.
So let's decode Renée DiResta. She bills herself as a misinformation expert. What she really is an alliance enforcer. She operates at the boundary between the security state, tech platforms, the elite media, and liberal institutions, and she wants to maintain the ruling elite epistemic order. She says she's studying online manipulation, foreign influence, and how information operates. What she really does is translate elite moral and institutional concerns into a particular language that justifies elite coercion, intervention, and censorship. So her core move is to reframe political conflict as moral contamination, not just disagreement. So if dissent from the ruling elite moral order is pathologized, right, it doesn't have to be argued with. If it's a form of manipulation, then it can just be neutralized through censorship and administration. So misinformation is her central frame. It's so useful because she can just delegitimize speakers without engaging with their claims. And she then provides a basis for platforms and agencies and journalists to act in concert while preserving the fiction of neutrality. She supplies a shared vocabulary that lets all these various elite institutions coordinate against perceived threats from dissidents without admitting that they are operating together to discipline dissidents. So fact-checking her is useless because her arguments are not about truth. They are about what is legitimate discourse and what is not. So when she identifies a network, a narrative, a community as misinformation adjacent, she tells people where trust should stop. So her critics sound obsessive and conspiratorial, even when they are raising valid points, because they are arguing facts against a coalition signal. So she rarely calls for direct censorship. Instead, she favors friction, labeling, demotion, context, low visibility censorship, ways to preserve legitimacy while reshaping information. So she's attractive to institutions because she offers them paths to power without overt coercion and censorship. And she triggers populists like Mike Benz and Alex Jones, not because she's uniquely powerful, but because she symbolizes the misinformation movement, where disagreement is framed as pathology. So the ruling elite medicalize and pathologize and securitize discourse. So then in response, the other side becomes more and more radical and hysterical. So she always sounds calm, procedural, truth-seeking, technocratic. She wants to deliberately develop a tone that contrasts with the emotional intensity of her targets. She wants to send the signal, I am mature, responsible, I am an adult. She speaks to someone who is in power. She's merely explaining why certain measures are regrettable but necessary.
Need to hear it, Matt. Maybe some people in Chris Williamson's audience in particular need to hear this kind of advice. So, yes, try to hang around with people that are nice. The bit I don't like is this kind of evil psych framing.
It's an instrumental tactic
of showing your quality, like a chance for the captain of Gondor to show his quality. Like, right? No, like, if that happens, if that is your reason, like, never once in my life, I can say this with all honesty, never once in my life did I meet someone and think, I'd really like to hang around with him so other girls and women would look at me and think, he hangs around with him? Wow. Like, no.
Okay, he's doing an excellent job there of pathologizing Chris Williamson and the grievance narratives of many men's rights activists. So if you're a men's rights activist, it doesn't make you wrong or bad, but there is such an overwhelming amount of antisocial attitudes in that crowd.
With enraging them and sequestering them from each other. So you not only have 40% of pubs, and this is your business, 40% of pubs and nightclubs in London have closed down since COVID. Remote work is a big thing. People aren't going to church as much. So where do people come together, demonstrate excellence, and then they have the deepest pocketed companies with godlike technology trying to convince them, no. Don't spend more time looking at someone's face and talking to them. Spend more time looking at a screen.
Come talk to us.
So I feel as if we're evolving a new species of asocial, asexual males. We're literally planning our own extinction.
Well, think about this. Who does that leave room for? It leaves room for, some guys that have got very holistic, integrated, emotionally attuned, like escape velocity from that. But it also leaves an awful lot of room for the residual psychopaths and sociopaths and narcissists and guys that blow through boundaries. So as you select out the cinnamon roll men who would have made great husbands if they'd just been given a bit of encouragement, what you're left with are kind of the Viking raiders that would have been useful at Lindisfarne in fucking 800 AD, but maybe a little bit less now.
So, Matt, according to Scott Galloway, 40% of pubs in England have closed since COVID. Now, if that were true, Matt, that would be a genocide of pubs in the UK, right? That's not true. That's not true. I looked into it, right? And the bit that is...
So it is attention-grabbing to make these claims that Scott Galloway regularly dishes out, but they tend to be bogus. I asked Gemini, what are the 10 most intense debates within Orthodox Judaism over the past decade? So list number 1, the ordination of women as rabbis. Number 2, the inclusion of LGBTQ individuals. 3, the power of the Israeli chief rabbinate and its monopoly over conversion and marriage. 4th, the military draft of Haredi men in Israel. 5th, handling of sex abuse claims within Orthodox institutions. 6th, the use of technology, specifically the kosher phone. 7th, the role of open orthodoxy. The shitter crisis, perceived imbalance in the dating world that makes it difficult for young women to find husbands. The integration of secular studies into Haredi schools. And does the modern secular state of Israel have a religious theological significance?
Is true is that nightlife establishments and entertainment, mainly clubs, have decreased, right, since COVID. So there's been a decline, depending on where you look about it, between 20 and 30% decline.
But this is where we go to demonstrate excellence, Chris.
Is it the nightclubs? Well, Matt, but the reality, like, this is the thing. So he said pubs, right? He said pubs there. And this is what got me. Because I was like, if that were true, that would mean almost 1 out of 2 of pubs that I went to at university are now closed, right? That's not true. All of the pubs that I've attended are still there. And I looked at the figures, okay?
Well, you're busy demonstrating excellence on the climbing gym, aren't you?
That's right. I've changed. Right.
I tell you what, at my local pub in my little town in the Australian countryside, there's no one there demonstrating excellence. I tell you that. Anyway,
listen. Let me get my figure out, Matt. Let me get my figure. So from the...
Okay, mate. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.